Morning, Paul. Coffin-Baugh. Hope everybody had a good holiday.
David, Florida lost by 6,000 points and the Knowles lost yesterday. I don't know how good of a holiday anybody had.
Baby Jules, morning.
And by the way, you can't watch anything on any ESPN on DirecTV if you have it.
I don't know who still has DirecTV.
I'm with you.
All right. The last time DirecTV and ESPN had this type of dispute, it got worked out like an hour and a half before the Monday Night Football opener. So don't be surprised, if this lasts a few more days. Because that's the real deadline in this.
Well, Sunday at 1's a pretty big time, too, because DirecTV is still responsible for the Sunday ticket in bars and restaurants.
But that wouldn't affect ESPN, though.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry.
Right.
Yeah, that's right. So it affects Saturday if you go to the bars.
Correct.
But who does that anymore?
How many of you, by the way, are now going to cancel DirecTV? Like, you're so angry at, I mean, did LSU USC mean that much to you? And the Knowles game last night? How about them Knowles? The shoe was very subdued. It's kind of like they knew they were playing Akron. Plus, the Goudreau story really hit that community hard. Our hotel was right there next to the arena. To see all the flowers and signs and hockey sticks and yeah, it's funny, Paul, how college football resembles pro football in that respect. Tough to win without a quarterback. Just ask Texas A&M.
Or Clemson. Or Florida State.
Well, I do think people kind of forgot who Clemson opened up with, though.
I know, but
I don't know. Yeah, there's no doubt when he had Deshaun Watson and Trevor Lawrence, he was a better coach. It's funny how that works. More people at the USC LSU game than have ever attended a Raiders or the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
They jammed more people in that stadium for the college game. Still only 64,000, though. Very intimate.
All right.
Let's do it.
Barry Sanders.
Billy Sims.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this day after Labor Day, the first such Tuesday of September. Hope you had a great holiday weekend. Hold on one second. How the heck are you? We are Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. Top of the morning to you, Mark. How was your holiday weekend?
Good morning. It was good. Went to Pittsburgh for the weekend. My mother-in-law turned 80 over the weekend, the end of our 80th birthday run from my mother, your mother, to my mother-in-law, all in about a 3-month span there. So went up to the Berg for the weekend. It was kind of nice to get out of the Florida humidity. I must say, it woke up on Monday morning. It was 58 degrees. Doors were open, having a cup of coffee going,
I could walk the dog in this weather all day.
Yep. No doubt.
Well, that's good. Glad it went well. Hope she was happy. We got to make our moms happy.
Very much so. And we did. She, my wife and my brother-in-law did a great job of getting her everything that she didn't want. She's one of those people who doesn't want anything.
Right.
But they did. I had to give it up. My mother-in-law always asked for, what do you want for a gift? Peace and quiet, a kind word. So my wife had pieces of paper and had peace and quiet on one, a kind word on the other, and on very nice stationery, printed them out, framed them, and gave those to her mother for her birthday, which I thought was a cute gift, along with a bunch of other stuff. But that was fun. So it was a good weekend.
Because what your mother-in-law really wanted was just for everybody to bring the grandkids. Okay.
Exactly.
And so you guys did your job. You brought the grandkids with you. So there, nice job, guys. Well done. It's like what I did for my mother. Brought the granddaughter and the great-granddaughter. Well, I can go out, smoke them. If you got them, I can go catch a Mets game. Okay, my job here is done.
Well, that's enough with back and forth, because we've got games to discuss. David, the text line was filled up when I looked at it this morning. 21,000 for those of you that need to get something off of your chest this morning, because boy, oh boy, it's getting late early in a lot of places, and a few of them are Gainesville and Tallahassee.
I was going to say college football north of I-4 is off to a rough start in the Sunshine State now, isn't it? I'll be. You really do, upon further review, you need to open with the Akrons and the Western Kentuckys of the world. That also should be a lesson. Week 1, just schedule a W. All right, that's what you should do week 1. Make it easy on yourself. Get everybody off to a good start, feeling happy. The wife and the boyfriend all look prettier, the whole deal. Just schedule a win.
Most of the time you're right, and you get the win. But Oregon this morning, they're sitting there going, what the hell just happened against Idaho, for crying out loud? And NC State with Western Carolina struggled as well. So it's not always rosy when you schedule those guaranteed wins, David.
Mid-fourth quarter, Oregon was like, these Vandals just might steal this game. It's funny, Oregon, 2-1 yards, the whole deal, 17-14 with 8 minutes to go. Idaho's got 200 yards of offense, but they were ham and egging it. Nearly pulled it off. That is true. Mark, listen, I can tell you, forget the results on the field. I could tell you college football season has begun. It's in earnest. It's in full swing. So we're making our picks on Friday. And, since we're in 5 locations, apparently we're going to be in a 6th very soon. All right. And hopefully even more than that. And so if you're new to Miller and Moulton, I tried to warn you. I go, listen, we're going to make our picks. Early in the season, I'm terrible. All right. Don't start listening to me till the last week of September, early October. I'll get myself in a big hole, and then I'll dig my way out most years, and I'll get near 500. Mark's a different story. So you went, I think, 2-3.
I went 2-3. I had a rough start.
Yeah, well, the whole give me liberty and lay the points, that didn't work out.
No, that backfired. Virginia Tech lost outright.
Yeah, right. Woo. Whew,
And even my Spartans, who were on the verge of taking a bigger lead and covering, threw an interception at the goal line
right.
that ended up causing them to almost lose the football game.
Exactly. So, and going along the lines of Virginia Tech lost outright, to my bigger point, which is do not listen to me in the month of September. Don't do it.
Or late August, apparently.
I suck. All right. And I know that. And I tried to warn all of you. And hopefully you did bet the other way. Because I went 0-5 on my picks.
I was
And-
going to let that fester.
No,
until
no,
7
no,
o'clock
no.
hour. I didn't know you wanted to get that right out there.
No. Because I want the Gators and the Knowles football teams to feel better about themselves. I did worse than you. Just so you know. I mean, that's how bad I was. Because not only did I go 0-5, but who's one of the two teams that I have playing for the ACC championship, Mark?
Virginia Tech.
Right. Who did they lose to, by the way?
Vanderbilt.
That's Vanderbilt. That's not Georgia, right?
No.
That wasn't Ohio State. That
Nope.
wasn't USC. That was, I mean, they lost to Vandy. They couldn't hold a late lead against Vandy. Okay. So listen, don't pay attention to me. All right. It's September and it's early in September. I mean, you got to like tune me out for a good 3 weeks here. And if by chance there's one good week that I have with picks and you weren't on the wagon, that's, trust me, you will have saved yourself money. So, man, do I suck. I mean, I'm talking Florida State defensive front suck. I'm talking the Gators offense suck. Man, I'm bad.
Gators defense didn't do much better.
Well, no, come to think of it, Miami scored again. Tell you what, that transfer quarterback. See what happens? You play in the Pac-12, and I was all over the team he played on last year. I picked Washington State to go to the Pac-12 title game last year. I was all over them. And it's as if I had never seen him play before. I mean, I knew he was good. How about that touchdown pass rolling to his left in the back of the end zone? You serious? In between two defenders?
He and I you may find this way off base, but he had a lot of Matthew Stafford in him to me, where he threw the ball from a lot of different angles, was able to complete passes. What a performance by Cam Ward on Saturday. That was terrific.
Just a video after the game. Miami players going up to all the Florida recruits on the sidelines going, come play with us. Don't play for them. Come play for us. You don't want to go here. You want to come to the U. Man.
David, a couple of the highlights from the text.
Oh, Mark, take your time with the text. Be gentle if you can. Be gentle in the face and the voice if you can.
At game, fire him now. What a joke.
Okay. I love the text, but I'm just going to say right now, any of them that come from 3:45 to 7:15 on Saturday will be my favorites just because it's text received during the game.
Running stream of consciousness from one Gator fan. College football sucks. I hope you enjoy this blank. Is Sunbelt Billy still the coach?
Yes, sir.
Did I tell you guys that the UF football program is a pile of dog blank? Yes, it is. It will take 20 years to salvage this program.
Whoa, take it easy there. You bring Lane Kiffin in, it'll take 2. But okay. It'll take $25 million to buy out Billy, but it'll take Lane 2 years. But go ahead.
Man, oh man.
Uh-huh. Yep. By the way, do you do that deal right now? Okay. Do you just call up Jimmy Sexton, who's Lane's agent, and do you just say, listen, 8 years, $100 million, 12 and a half per. We put it in a drawer right now. Will he take the job? Yes or no? 8 for $100. I mean, come on. It's what A&M did with Jimbo. I mean, that guy in Houston said that deal was done at the end of September, early October, the year that Jimbo bailed on Florida State, and it was in a drawer. He said it out loud in early October. He said, deal's done. It's in the drawer. If you're Florida, you do that deal right now, 8 for 100 for Lane Kiffin, put it in the drawer, bring him on board in January? Yes or no, would you do it?
I think that I would. I think that I would.
Did you see the meme on social media? The big fella who's a Gator fan had a Gainesville t-shirt on, and he has an out-of-body experience for 3.5 minutes. He's sitting in front of a Denny's in Gainesville. And he says, look at what you've driven me to. On a Saturday, I can eat anywhere. I can eat anything. And look at where I'm sitting. I'm sitting in front of a Denny's. Because you guys suck so bad. I got to have my comfort food. It's pretty funny.
Moon's over my hammy.
Hey. But tell you what, let's not take away from the Canes. Ooh, they look good.
Yes, they do. And they looked good everywhere. They looked good at receiver. They looked pretty good at running back. Their defensive front was tremendous. Their offensive line blocked extremely well. And oh, by the way, this just in, they have a thing called a quarterback.
Right. And Mark Miller, this is very dangerous for Miller and Moulton. When we get our Phil Steele magazine and we dive into it, and then when we, emerge from the darkness and we say, I got a feeling. And it's like, oh, boy, you got the Phil Steele flu, don't you? All right. And it is, you start reading and there's all most improved lists and they got this. But you came back from our week off in July and you said, David, every unit but one, they're in the top 15 of the country. How can they not be really good? I said, come on, Mark. You do know the deep end you're diving into here. And you said, you damn right, David. I'm diving into the Canes end of the pool. I am pushing Harbaugh and the Chargers to the side. And I am on Mario and Miami.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA-certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family. This is Miller and Moulton.
Adam, listen, the Gator performance, they got whooped so badly, he's not even taking pleasure in the fact that Florida State lost. How long until college basketball season? Hello. Although that 7'9" kid is intriguing, isn't he, Paul? He can play a little bit. By the way, our betting expert had a terrific opening weekend. Lee Sterling went 4-1, got his game of the week right, and got his 40-unit play right. Only one he got wrong was LSU minus 4.5.
Got his game of the week right, got his 40-unit play right.
Yep. So, Mr.
I will say this, and I'll repeat this when we're on the air. I mean, your WNBA heater is still alive and well.
That's about it. It's about all I got now. Hell, even the doubleheader system ain't working lately.
No, it's not.
We've had like 4 sweeps in a row. The 40-unit play was Nebraska, and they covered. The 2 young quarterbacks, and by young, I mean guys who like really, the one didn't play much last year and the other was in high school. The Tennessee quarterback and the Nebraska quarterback. Those are the 2 young quarterbacks to keep your eye on this year. That could be really special players by next year. Well, Feeney, we've said, and it may be different. They do not have a university president right now.
No.
So, this is not a time where the University of Florida wants to make major change in any department because they got a mess on their hands with that. But yeah, I love Seminole fans. Mike may have to give some money back. I mean, he did win 19 games in a row, at least before this. So I like to think he's got a little bit of goodwill. The other guy, not so much. No.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton brought to you in part by Floormeisters next to the Costco in Naples. Floormeisters, keeping it real. David Samson to join us coming up at the top of the hour. Great show lined up for you today. This ours, right?
This is ours.
And this is going to be the show pretty much every Tuesday, right? For the next 3+ months, 4 months, 5 months. I mean, David Samson, Pat Kirwan, and then, we got a couple of spots open and we just try to fill it in with, I don't know, things that may interest you, like Edgar Thompson talking the Gators and Gary Ferman talking the Canes. I don't know. Seems pretty solid for a Tuesday. Certainly better in the Florida State defensive front. Hello. Is this on? Whew. Man.
Right up the gut. I mean, Boston College, from the word go, Bill O'Brien said we are going to run it right down their throats.
Bill O'Brien during practice. Guys, listen, I can be stubborn, but I watched that Georgia Tech tape again, and they just ran it right at them. So tell you what, I know the quarterback. I know you threw it for 300 against them last year, but I don't know what to tell you. I think we're just going to start running it right at them and see if they've adjusted. And they haven't.
No, they have not.
Hey, Mark, rushing yards were 263 to 21. That's not good. Either stat, if you're Florida State.
What Florida State had one possession in the first quarter. One.
Well, BC.
They had the ball for 56 seconds for a quarter.
Right.
Do you know how hard that is to do?
It's very hard. I mean, first you have to lose the toss even. I mean, so yes. Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, time of possession was like the Giants-Bills Super Bowl from back in the day. It was like just under 40 to just over 20. It was something. Now, I know and on this show, we're not time of possession guys. We're total plays guys. But I think BC ran like 20 more plays than Florida State. And, man. Whew. And this just in. Okay, certain teams, that transfer quarterback thing is already paid big dividends. One of those teams, Mark, is not Florida State.
No, because DJU has largely sucked so far this year. And there's just no sugarcoating how poorly he's played for the Gators.
Mark, that guy in the end zone was open. Open. I mean,
open. David, there wasn't anybody within 10 yards of him open.
Right. Like I'm talking about
on a short field. I mean, it's right. One thing to, sometimes the guy gets burnt and there's coverage and you got a bomb and the guy's way open. When you're playing inside the 20, when you're in the red zone and the guy is that open.
Right. I mean, remember the flag football quarterback a couple of weeks ago? He said that instinctively, like he was better than Mahomes. Okay. I mean, he could have hit that guy.
You could have hit that guy. I could have hit that guy.
Well, especially in my Nerf football parking lot days. You're damn right, Mark. You're damn right I could.
Put a little air under it, DJ.
That purple Nerf ball. But anyway. Wow. I got to admit, I thought at halftime they might make a change. And then, get the ball and they go right down the field. And listen, I'm a big fan of this guy. And I know, you lose 2 in a row and, he sucks. But Mike Norvell, help me out here. So it's 21-13. There's like 3 minutes to go in what quarter, Mark?
Third.
The third quarter. I just wanted to make sure, not the fourth quarter.
Not the fourth quarter, the third quarter.
Okay. It's 21-13. That's a one-score game, correct?
Every single time, David.
I'm just trying
Saturdays and Sundays now.
Okay. I'm just trying to review because it's 4th and 5 on your own 47. You've played 6.5 quarters of football this year. You have struggled offensively. You're down 1 score. What's wrong with a punt? Mark, what is wrong? Field goals and punts. Have they been outlawed?
They have.
Are coaches not allowed? Is there a quota in which they're not allowed to go over? Is like the over number of attempts of punts and field goals 3.5? If I missed something, was there a rule change? What was he doing? I mean, it's a whole one thing. You're trying to draw him off sides, get a free first down. We all get that. When they snapped the ball, I was like, what the? And then he throws the damn near pick 6, return to the 7-yard line. They scored 2 plays later. Game's over. Punt the ball. You're $9 million a year, $10 million a year. Punt the ball. I don't get it.
I didn't get it during it when it happened. I don't get it now. You said something before the show, David, that I think is very accurate. What are these coaches trying to do?
Chase momentum. Chase momentum. Momentum is not real. It's not. It's not. It's pixie dust. It's not real. All right? Like in baseball, momentum is the next day starting pitcher. In football, the momentum is the very next play. All right?
And your play to get momentum turned out to burn you and cost you the football game. Flat out.
I
don't know if you win without that play, but you don't win with it.
Punt the ball. Pin them inside the 20. Your defense stopped them the last time they had the ball. You made your adjustments at halftime. Hey, maybe they'll fumble the punt. Maybe you'll get a stop and get good field position. It's 4th and 5 on your side of the field. What are you doing? It's 3 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. Of course, I mean, even then you could punt, but fine. We all understand if you went for it with 3 minutes to go in the fourth quarter, down a score. What are you doing? I
was laughing even at the end of the first half, David. The announcer, before they took the sack and had to kick the field goal, it's like, oh, they've got to get 6 here. Like, no, they don't.
Oh.
No, they need to get 3. They get the ball to start the second half. No, they don't. Quit acting like this is the end.
Man. I mean, I'd like to sit down with a coach one time and say, listen, we all want touchdowns over field goals. All right, we do. But how many times are you going to get the ball a game? I mean, not counting the Georgia Tech Florida State game, which was like an Army-Navy game. Each team only had the ball 7 times. A normal college football game. How many times are you going to get the ball? 10 to 12? If you kicked a field goal every time you had the ball, how many points would you score? It's just a very simple question, Coach. How many points would you score? All right, that's all. Just simple. I mean, does Florida State need to hire another intern, another analyst, another advisor? Coach, punt here. No, this would be a good time to punt.
I got to admit, I felt almost a little sorry for those poor college students that spent the majority of their day painting themselves to get on TV and then have to stay on TV as their team's getting humiliated.
Yep. Can't leave. Got it. You're in. Yep. That's okay. How about Morgantown? They partied for 2 days. They get a 2.5-hour weather delay during their game. Talk about that's after they got hosed by the officials right before the half. I took the air out of that soiree.
That offense looked pretty good.
Oh, you mean Drew Aller?
Yeah.
Yeah, they got an offensive coordinator and maybe let him throw the ball downfield a little bit.
Yeah, a little different.
Yes. Yeah, Ohio State and Michigan fans are going, yeah, we didn't face that offense last year. No, we did not. Uh-oh. If Mario Cristobal and James Franklin start having teams play up to their recruiting and talent level, we may have some issues. Miller and Moulton. The starting 5 is next. David Samson at the top of the hour here on Miller and Moulton. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA-certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family. This is Miller and Moulton.
Oh, come on, Ambient. No. Come on. Guys. Come on. No, Ambient, it is his fault. He chose the quarterback, and he's responsible for everything. Oh, no. No, Norvell's got to wear all of this. So, everybody have a good weekend. Besides the outcome of your favorite team's games. So, Mark, my wife completely depressed me yesterday. She just turned to me and she said, "You know, today's your last day off till Thanksgiving."
Mm-hmm.
I said, "Was that necessary? Really?" So then I started figuring out how many days in a row that is. I'm too old for this. But, yeah, got to do it. DC, you bring up something which we're going to talk about a little bit later on in the 7 o'clock hour. Well done, Ryan. Well done.
And you don't need to blitz. I mean, you don't need to blitz Florida State. He's worse when there's coverage there because he doesn't know what he's doing with coverage at all. When you blitz him, he can. If the first guy's open, he actually can hit him. I'd rush 3 and 4 and just let him make mistakes. All right, 20.
Billy Sims.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
David Samson to join us at the top of the hour. It's 22 minutes until that point in time. Pat Kirwan will join us top of the 8 a.m. Eastern hour. And these are regulars, guys, this time of year. I mean, David Sampson's always 7 a.m. in the East on Tuesdays, and Pat Kirwan twice a week during the NFL season, Tuesdays and Fridays at 8 o'clock. So that's how we roll here on Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Do we have an idea for a poll question?
Well, I mean, I've got a couple.
Okay.
Does Napier survive the season?
Well, it's probably too easy.
I know.
80% will say no. Yeah. Uh-huh.
They're also negative.
Well, it's football season. Come on now. This is just usually it's overreaction Monday. We just had to, wait a day.
And with Florida State, it's been 2 weeks. There's more than an overreaction in Tallahassee right now.
How about this? All right. Who has looked worse? All right. Gators or Knowles? All right. Is there any way to work the White Sox, who are 31 and 108, into the equation? Who's looking worse right now? Billy Napier and the Gators, the Chicago White Sox.
And as much as it should be the Chicago White Sox, Napier would win that with 80+%.
Oh, boy. 21 minutes before the hour. Time for we'll start number one, college football. Boston College season opener. They're at a tremendous disadvantage. See, Florida State's already played a game. You know, that whole biggest improvement in the seasons between week 1 and week 2. Malarkey. Yeah, I don't know. Boston College got their season off to a pretty good start, and Florida State's still waiting to start. 28-13 Boston College. You see, they ran for 263 yards, and the Noles ran for 21. Time of possession, 40-20. Mark, not only that, season opener for Boston College. See, you need reps, okay? You can't be sharp and efficient first game of the year. They had one penalty. No turnovers, one penalty, 263 yards rushing.
Penalty was on special teams, too.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah. Knowles had 7 penalties for what it's worth. 28-13 BC. So to review, Florida State's 0-2. But they were double-digit favorites in both games also. That's tough to pull off. I mean, a little something for the effort for Florida State so far this year, what they've been able to do. Yeah. Okay. Florida State, by the way, with a bye. Whoo, boy. Don't know.
And they win.
Don't know a team that's needed a bye quite like Florida State. And then they host Memphis, which might be the best group of 5 team in the country. So you got that going for yourself. And then after that, it's SMU and Clemson both on the road. So, hey, Mike Norvell, good thing you nearly got that Bama job and you got that contract extension. Because the buyout's about $4 billion. So, don't have to worry about who's going to be the coach of the Knowles for a while. Hey, Notre Dame starting receiver Jordan Faison, he sprained an ankle in the win against A&M. He's going to miss 2 games. Miami defensive end Ruben Bain, couldn't read my own writing there. He got hurt early in the Gators game, didn't return. They say it's a, quote, soft tissue, unquote, injury. Fortunately, the Canes have FAMU next. He's definitely going to miss that game. The question is, will he miss a game following? Florida, by the way, with, their starting quarterback in the concussion protocol. They may have to go to DJ Lagway game 2. I mean, kid looked okay. He threw a pick, but
David, they may have to go to him just to, if Napier is going to try to save his career, he may have to go to him anyhow.
So, and fortunately for the Gators, they have Samford coming up. And so that they may have to go to Lagway, though, because Mertz is in the concussion protocol. And for what it's worth, the Pac-12 is still technically called the Pac-12. See, the Big Ten is still the Big Ten with 18 teams. The Pac-12 can still be the Pac-12 with 2. That's their reasoning. So they still have the rights to it. Anyway, Oregon State, Washington State, because that's what's left of the Pac-12, they could not reach a deal with the Mountain West by Sunday's deadline on scheduling for next year. See, those 2 teams are kind of pulling a Notre Dame. Notre Dame has 5 games a year against the ACC. Well, they both this year have 5 games against Mountain West teams. For whatever reason, they could not renew that deal for next year. Oregon State, Washington State may be forced to be complete independents next year in terms of scheduling. Don't know if that's going to work out. That's, of course, if they don't join the ACC. That's a whole other story. All right, NFL news. Well, we'll start with former Gator and now Niners wide receiver Ricky Pearsall. Man, shot in a robbery attempt. Fortunately, the bullet, according to his mom, didn't hit anything important, yet it went through his chest and came out the other side. Wow. Go buy a lottery ticket while you're at it. He's on the reserve non-football injury list. He'll miss at least the first 4 games of the season. Clyde Edwards-Helaire is on the same list for different reasons, so he'll also miss the first 4 games of the year minimum for the Chiefs. Hey, Jamar Chase, this is going well in Cincinnati. As soon as the coach said, no, I think we've reached an understanding, it's all good. He hasn't shown up since, or at least not on time, or he hasn't put pads on anyway. So when asked, hey, is he going to play Sunday against the Patriots? They're like, we don't know. Oh, good. So I'm just curious, Mark, if you're the Bengals, at any point in time, do you say, no, he's out? And you make the decision. You decide you're going to press the issue a little bit and go, no, we're not putting up with this type of behavior. No, he's not playing Sunday.
The only question I would have then is if he says he wants to play in pads up, he's still going to get paid.
I'm just wondering, is there a way to put him on the did not report list, if you know what I mean? I'm just wondering. This is the Brown family. Okay, They've done this with their star players before. They looked, Carson Palmer right in the face and said, go retire. We don't care. And he did. And they didn't care. So a couple of, if you believe in the importance of naming a player a captain, Russell Wilson named one of the 4 Steelers captains. The biggest surprise, though, it's not often, even though he's the quarterback of the future, it's not often a team makes the guy who's never taken a snap for you in a game a captain. The Bears named rookie quarterback Caleb Williams a captain. Oh, man. I'm not a Bears fan. I don't dislike the Bears, but I'm just trying to say I don't have a soft spot for the Bears. I didn't grow up, hoping the Bears would. But I'm 58 years old. They haven't had a star quarterback really in my lifetime. God, wouldn't it be something if he's the answer?
And the timing is everything, as we've talked about in the show so many times. There is a void in Chicago.
Yes. Oh my goodness.
I mean, they've got Bedard, the great hockey player, but they're still a couple of years away from that team being competitive.
Mm-hmm.
Even though they picked up a lot of nice parts in free agency, it would be something. The stage is set for him to take that town over, David.
Over. Baseball. Yankees doubled up Texas 8-4. They still lead the Orioles by half a game. We'll get to why in a moment. Stanton hit his 25th homer, Mark. It's the 10th time he's hit 25 homers. He's approaching, I think, 400. If he gets to 500, is he a Hall of Famer?
Yes.
Okay. So the criteria still holds.
I believe so.
Because remember, we talked, did the steroid era make 500 have to become 550? If you know what I mean. Add 10%. And so I'm just wondering, plus he's had an injury-plagued career, hasn't had a big postseason moment, but he's now had 10 seasons with 25 or more home runs. So 8-4 Yankees are half a game ahead of the Orioles, who beat the White Sox, who have now lost 11 in a row. This is the third time this year that they've lost 11 or more games in a row. Man, that's hard to do. They are 31-108. They have already lost more games than any White Sox team ever. The White Sox have been playing baseball since the 1800s. All right. They lost more games before Labor Day than any White Sox team had ever lost. They still had a month to go. This is mind-bogglingly, I don't even think that's a word, stunningly, ridiculously bad. Gunnar Henderson with his 34th homer for the Orioles. Mets have won 5 in a row. Of course, 3 of them were against the White Sox. So, I mean, does it really count?
Yes, it does.
I guess it does. 4-1 over the Red Sox. Mets a half a game behind the Braves for the final playoff spot in the National League. Red Sox remain 4.5 behind the Royals for the final playoff spot in the American League. See, Mark, it was a funny thing. Last Wednesday, the Royals had just won 3 in a row against Cleveland. They were tied for first in the Central. Since then, they haven't won. They've lost 6 in a row. And just like that, they went from tied to 4.5 back. Cleveland beat them 4-2. Twins stay 3.5 back of the Guardians with a 5-4 win over the Rays. Our Reds beat the Astros, snapping their 5-game winning streak 5-3. They hand Verlander the loss.
He's been bad since coming back from the IL. It's 0-3 with a ERA hovering around 6 in those 3 games. It's not been good.
His first start wasn't bad. I think he gave up 2 runs in 5, but the other 2 have not been good, including giving up 5 runs in like 4 1/3 yesterday. So A's get a Shea Langoliers homer in the 9th to beat Seattle 5-4. Mariners remain 6 back of the Astros. Yeah, they're done. They blew it. They were up 10 in late June. The Dodgers pitching is completely fallen apart. Kershaw's on the IL now because of a toe injury. They don't know if they're going to get him back. And all they keep doing is winning games. They went to Arizona and took 3 out of 4 from the hottest team in baseball before the Dodgers showed up. 11-6 the final. Freeman hit 2 homers. Ohtani stole 3 bases. He's going to go 50-50. He has 44 homers and 46 steals. He's going to go 50-50. And Mark, apparently, he pitches when healthy.
You got Judge doing it in New York with hitting the home runs. You got Ohtani. I mean, it's
ridiculous.
We really need a Dodgers-Yankees World Series, David. We really do.
Brewers,
even though the Astros will probably get there again.
Oh, well, they'll at least get to the LCS. They've done it 7 years in a row. Milwaukee 9-3 over St. Louis. Brewers hit 3 homers. Cards fall back to 500. Pirates slow down the Cubs, who had won 6 in a row. They scored 4 in the 8th, 1 in the 9th. Beat them 5-3. Padres shut out the Tigers 3-0. Tigers 5 behind the Royals. Hey, they're above 500. We can say that. They're 5 back of the Royals for the final playoff spot. The Padres, meanwhile, are 5 behind the Dodgers. for first place in the West. U.S. Open, top seed Yannick Sinner won 2 tough tie breaks against American Tommy Paul and then 6-1 in the third. He advances to the quarters along with Medvedev, Demano, and the big Brit, the lefty, Draper, who's a very interesting player. He's got something. All right. Don't know if he's going to put it all together this U.S. Open, but the lefty Draper, he plays also a little serve and volley at times. It's just, anyway, he's worth watching. Hey, 2 Americans in action today on the men's side trying to make it to the semis. Taylor Fritz is taking on the 4 seed Zverev at 1 o'clock. And then tonight, the marquee match is Tiafoe against Dimitrov. Be a lot of emotion in this match. Both players, okay, really let it hang out. Okay, it'll be a night match at the Open.
Crowd will be clearly rooting for one, not the other.
Oh, exactly. Dimitrov's not going to like that. Anyway, women's side, 6 seed American Jessica Pegula advanced to the quarters. She's going to have to face the top seed Swiatek in the quarters. Caroline Wozniacki, by the way, had her run ended. Emma Navarro tries to make it to the semis later tonight. She took out Coco Gauff over the weekend. And Mark, Joey Chestnut, 83 hot dogs. Kobayashi, 66. Head-to-head. We now know who is the best of all time. And that, guys, at 7 minutes before the hour was the starting 5.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no.
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When you enter the Diamond District, you will quickly discover what makes Jason and Todd so unique to Southwest Florida. Within the walls of the Diamond District, you'll find many of America's top jewelry designers who have chosen the Diamond District as their authorized representative in Southwest Florida. Tacori, Fana, A. Jaffe, Veragio, Christopher Designs, Shy Creations, Henri Dossi, all names synonymous with excellence and all proudly showcased at the Diamond District.
Sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Core-Tech, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning. How are you?
Excellent.
You hear me okay?
Hear you
Sure
perfectly.
can.
Awesome. You guys have a good weekend?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all right.
I don't
Traveled
like
to
to.
Pittsburgh to see my mother-in-law. It was her 80th birthday.
Huh. That's a young mother-in-law. I don't like Tuesdays without you. I missed you guys last week. Throws off my whole week.
Sorry. I'll tell my wife not to schedule surgery on Tuesdays anymore.
It's the least you could do.
Oh, we don't have a day off till Thanksgiving, so you don't have to worry about us.
When's your what game do you have this weekend?
What do we have? Iowa State, Iowa. I've never been to Kinnick, so I'm looking
Nope.
forward to that. The Children's Hospital, that whole thing, and I mean, it'll be the first one to 16 wins, but that's all right.
How do you get there?
Well, I'm actually going to fly to Chicago and drive 4 hours.
Boy, you got it all figured out.
Well, the first flight's never the problem. Like, for example, I got to Columbus. I went to Chicago and flight got canceled, flight delayed, crew timed out. I got to Columbus at 10 o'clock at night. I mean, it's never the first flight to the major city that's the problem. It's always the second flight.
I had the worst summer in terms of flight delays and cancellations, and it was just brutal.
So I try to take the second flight out of the equation. Like when we did the SEC, I went to Atlanta and I drove everywhere from Atlanta.
Smart, actually.
Tuscaloosa's 3 hours. Knoxville's 3.5. Columbia was 3.5. I even drew to Starkville. It was 4. I drew one time to Oxford, Mississippi. It was 5 hours. I mean, I hate the connectors.
I get it. Me too. Me too.
So are you with Tim here in our Twitch chat room? It would be great if the Brewers could win a World Series for Euchre, the Milwaukee native in you.
It would be a dream. They've never won one.
I know.
I don't think they can, but it would be amazing.
Hell, it'd be nice just to get to the World Series. I haven't done that in 42 years.
1982. Darryl Porter was the MVP of that World Series.
I remember it.
Sadly passed away.
I was a senior in high school, David. I won a lot of money on the cards in 7.
Memories.
I always liked Whitey Ball.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
7 a.m. in the East on Tuesdays means David Samson. He have nothing personal with David Samson. He records it live 59 minutes from now. You can follow him on X at David, the letter P, Samson, David P. Samson. How was your holiday weekend? How you been?
I have been very well. It's football season. I kept thinking that Thursday was so far away, and then it's September 5th. It is amazing how time flies, but it's about to be the best time in the sports calendar. And of course, for me, that's October when everything's happening.
Well, we were talking about it earlier, just how different a week is. We didn't have you last week. We were off on Tuesday. The Royals worked their tails off. They get themselves in first place. and sweep a doubleheader with Cleveland, and they're looking like, wow, maybe they can take that division. They haven't won since. It is just wild this time of year what goes on in baseball.
You know, I love this time of year when September happens, but one of the interesting things about baseball right now, if you look, I think that the 12 teams who are in the playoffs right now are going to be the 12 teams in the playoffs. I don't think there's much going on unless you're a Mets fan and you think I'm wrong. And the Royals, the stakes aren't as high as you'd think because they're going to be there, it would seem to me. And of course, winning the division is better. But that said, there's so many ups and downs. The year we won the World Series, I think we lost 8 out of 9 at the end of August and then won 7 out of 8 afterwards. So baseball is a crazy sport. But if you have a chance, watch Bobby Witt Jr. He is very much fun to watch.
Well, we were talking about it. Listen, believe it or not, I would vote for Witt Jr. as MVP over Judge, which I know people now think I'm a moron. But Ohtani's going to go 50-50. And, rumor has it, David, he also pitches when healthy. I mean, seriously, when we compared him to Babe Ruth, did Ruth go 50-50? If you know what I mean?
No one's gone 50-50 ever. And the question is, will he go 55-55? What is if he gets 12 home runs a month? Here's the thing about Ohtani. He's going to win the MVP out of the DH hole, and that is not easy to do. And he is going to work his way back. And I'm not sure that he could be a top of the rotation pitcher and a 50-50 guy. It is different when you are going every 5 days from the mound and the preparation that you have to make. And I'm not saying that it's been easier for Ohtani this year, but certainly all's relative. And not worrying about a lineup and only worrying about who you're facing is really a different sort of can of beans for him. But wow, we're witnessing history and it's fun to see.
Do they have to make a deep postseason run? I mean, all the time with the Angels, obviously no postseason. This year, historic numbers, but this Dodger team's loaded. Don't they have to make a run?
I mean, the answer is, of course. I think that baseball is not going to be greedy. It's the first time they're going to see Ohtani in October. The broadcast partners are really excited about that. I know MLB is really excited about that. Just to have him on the stage. It is a very bizarre thing when the best player in your league never gets a chance to play in the playoffs when most eyeballs are watching. But again, I keep reminding people, and I'll do it again to your audience, don't forget what happened to the Dodgers last year. They had a little cold spell from Betts and Freeman, and they get eliminated in a sweep by the Diamondbacks. The Dodgers are vulnerable. You saw Kershaw get hurt. He may be out now the rest of the year, and he was a middle to bottom of the rotation guy anyway now, which sounds like heresy because he's a first ballot Hall of Famer, but this is where we are. But for me, Dave Roberts and the Dodgers, they've got to get another title. It's almost like the Astros trying to get another one after the sign-stealing scandal and how good it felt when they did. The COVID title that the Dodgers got, it definitely counts. There's no asterisk of any time, but they are no different than the Marlins or the Cubs or the Nationals or any of the other one-title teams. They've got to find a way to win a second one. So a deep run, fine, but a winning at the end run, I think that's even more important.
Yeah, Dodgers with the quote one title in 35 plus years, and it was during the COVID, pandemic year, and so a lot of people weren't even watching. It's kind of like when the Lakers and LeBron won their title, and a lot of people in the NBA circles don't even count it. It counts, but they really weren't paying attention to it when it happened. All right, Manfred had his crazy idea a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. This is our crazy idea.
Tell me.
I think we threw it at you once before, but if you really think about it, baseball, the star players, Judge, Ohtani, all the money, we need to see them more. All right. Why not get them from the 7th inning on? Okay. The manager can put who he wants up at the plate. He can start any part of the batting order. Okay. Or how about this? Here's another thing. You guys, you're always complaining about having to pay all this money. Why do all 9 guys have to bat? How about if you just pick 6? for each game, and they bat. And this way we see Ohtani get 7 at-bats. We see Judge get 7 at-bats. I mean, come on. This is a television show. We all know this. This is a television show. It's not like the fans are going to be booing because Ohtani's getting 7 at-bats instead of 4 or 5.
I'm sorry. I have something in my ear and I may have lost connection. Are you taking credit for the ghost hitter rule that Jason Stark and I have been talking about for a decade? I'm just curious if that's your position right now.
Well, we were unaware of that because this is something that we've been on for a couple years on this show, that we would do it one of 2 ways. Either we only have 6 of the 9 guys, okay, bat in a game. All right. And you submit that and you say to the other 3 guys, yeah, I don't know what to tell you. Okay. You're Mark Ivoroni on the 83 Sixers. You don't touch the ball. Okay. Or here's the deal. We have the lineup and it's nice for 6 innings. And then beginning in the 7th, Dave Roberts can say, yeah, we'll start every inning from now on with Ohtani, Betts, and Freeman.
So I thought of the idea, and this happened in 2003 when the Marlins won the World Series. And then in the 9th inning, when Beckett was completing his shutout, Derek Jeter was watching the game the same way I was. And there was nothing he could do about the fact that the Yankees were about to lose. And that's when I began to think, wow, it would be way better TV if your best hitters were always up in the 9th inning. Then I saw it manifest itself in the World Baseball Classic when that epic at-bat to end the game with Ohtani v. Trout, which basically captivated the world. And I wondered why we can't have that on a random Tuesday in June. And right now, there are not 23 votes to do something so what I would say is outside of the box. But that said, there is momentum to doing something, not as drastic as only 6 hitters hitting, but there is momentum. And you saw a little trial balloon. Let's have starting pitchers go 6 innings at a minimum. And you've seen more discussions about how to get better matchups. And the reason, and you said it perfectly, we are an entertainment product, a TV product. And the best way to get audience is to have compelling storyline. And the best way to get compelling storyline is if you can't find it, you make it. Sort of like the reality TV shows, where the Real Housewives and all those other programs where conflict just happens. It doesn't just happen. I don't want to say it's fully manufactured, but I do want to say that people are put in a position to entertain at their max ability. And for baseball to do that, you need your best players up. I wouldn't start it in the 6th inning, but I certainly would allow in the 9th inning any batter to hit, no matter the order.
We would start in the 7th, by the way.
It's a little early in the 7th.
All right.
I don't want to see that in here. I mean, listen, now we're just quibbling. Now we're arguing about the edges. The question is, are there enough people going to die soon enough who are the traditionalists, who have the voice within baseball? And when will the younger people who are willing to make significant changes take over? And I think you're going to see that sooner rather than later. I'm not wishing anyone dead, of course.
Isn't that a lot what Manfred's done, and not wishing anyone dead? But Manfred's really pushed the envelope in a way that no other commissioner has, so that when you an idea that we're talking about that 5-10 years ago would have been laughed off of shows and ridiculed, now people look at every idea because Manfred's really, to me, pushed the game to where we are right now.
So desperation breeds innovation. And when you look at where MLB is and their asset valuations and the fact that they've fallen behind the NBA, and everyone has fallen so far behind the NFL, and those leagues make changes all the time. And so I think baseball realized, and Rob Manfred's great at this. He got this from Bud Selig, who would sit in front of owners at meetings, almost every ownership meeting, and say, gentlemen, is this the crap you want to see? And he was referring to all the strikeouts and all the true outcomes that were happening and how actual baseball had changed. And he would put it in the hand of the owners and say, if 23 of you want to see change, then 23 of you will be able to effectuate change. And Rob has been able to do that. Bud did it too, but Rob's done, with the pitch clock way more, though I shouldn't say that in front of Bud. But at the end of the day, I think if there is a commissioner to do this, it is Rob. And I think that you will see more significant changes.
Talking with David Samson. He have Nothing Personal with David Samson, which he records live at 8 a.m. But he urges you to stay with Miller and Moulton and watch it on replay at 10 a.m. Where is that again?
That's on the DraftKings Network. You can find that anywhere you want. We do have the show on at 10 a.m., so I would never want to take away your audience.
No. What a vast audience it is. All right, 60 seconds. The White Sox are 31 and 108. If you tried, could you have put together a team this bad?
Oh, man, I did try. No, I'm just kidding. It's as hard. What I say to people is it's as hard as 108 and 31. It is, and think about that. It is almost unbelievable what is happening. They're going to break the record. They are the worst team ever put together, and more people saw it coming than you realize. What's interesting to me is the way that Jerry Reinsdorf has treated this. He hired Chris Getz because he said we don't have time for someone to get to know the organization. They are a disaster. They're going after public money for a stadium. They're trying to start an RSN. They're clearly an organization in turmoil.
He is not in turmoil. All right. He's David
Not
Samson.
today.
Nothing Personal with David Samson. Weekdays, he records it live at 8 a.m. and he joins us every Tuesday here on Miller and Moulton. Follow him on X, David, the letter P. Samson, David P. Samson. David, you look good. All right.
I feel good. And no more talking. I love your audience. It's big and it's loyal, and you ought to recognize, and I know you do. I do love your audience. I hear from people on Twitter at David P. Samson who listen to me only through you.
Wow. Hot damn. Well, thanks for that.
Don't
right.
sound so
Things
surprised.
are
You
looking
guys
up.
Wow.
work your tuchus off.
Glass is half full. I'll be damned.
You have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company. This is Miller and Moulton.
Well, man, Irish football, we thought they were, this is the part of fandom that drives sports talk show guys crazy. We both picked Notre Dame to win to make the playoffs, and you're thinking like we thought they were shit. I mean, we said they'd win at least 10 games, maybe 11. I mean, who knows? Maybe they go 12-0. But I mean, we thought they were for real. We thought Saturday was a difficult spot for them, though. And, I mean, I will say A&M needs to find a quarterback also. But, yeah, Notre Dame was terrific. Defensively, we knew they would be.
We both picked them to go to the playoff.
I know.
I don't know what.
I know, but apparently we didn't think they were for real.
I do think it's hilarious how the national media now has anointed Notre Dame the 5 seed, and that they're going to go, 12-0, and that. I mean, are we sure A&M's that good? A&M's gone 8-4 a lot.
I will say, if I'm A&M, game day wants to come, I think I'd say no. They're 1-9 when game day's there. Yeah, Bob and Jake, I don't know what's more surprising, Florida State 0-2 or how they're 0-2. So what's our poll question?
Well, we don't have one.
Okay.
Who's worse, Florida or Florida State?
There you go. The Chicago White Sox. Kevin Durant.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Just got done talking with David Samson. We'll talk with Pat Kirwan. First of his 2 weekly visits coming up at the top of the hour. So we were pretty negative early in the show, but then again, we had Florida and Florida State football on top of mind. So how could you not be overly negative? Is that where we're going to go with the poll question?
We can. Just, who's got it worse right now, the Noles or the Gators?
Basically, who sucks more?
Right.
I'll tell you what, right now, if those two had to play, if we moved this up and it was the Saturday after Thanksgiving, what a barn burner it would be.
Over under 24.
Throw in a half, just for the heck of it.
Right.
And the half, there's always a chance of a pick six. So, hey, I have a beef. I don't know what issue from the holiday weekend you want to get off your chest. This is mine. When do we think a coach will be authentic in the post-game presser, taking credit for the defeat?
I'm really angry right now.
Now, that part I can understand, you being angry.
You think the Brian Kelly slam on the table was genuine?
No. I think
it's fake anger.
No, I think the slam on the table was genuine. I think him then saying the loss is on me okay, it's because of my coaching that we can't win these close games, that we're in position to win. I don't think Brian Kelly believes that at all. I think he believes his players are idiots and they keep screwing it up. They keep ruining his great coaching. Okay. Now, Mike Norvell, I just feel sick right now. I can buy that. I think he does feel sick. Do I think he thinks he's the reason they're 0-2? No, that's the part, Mark. You and I are all into post-game pressers. The coaches haven't been able, at least to convince me, okay, that they're genuine when they say, this is on me.
Well, it's funny. I think Norvell should feel that way. He's the one that chose all the players in the transfer portal. You know,
yes.
It's funny how you can hit on the portal one year and not.
Mm-hmm. Or hit on it for 2 years and then not hit on it in year 3. Because Norvell's had 2 back-to-back. I mean, people forget. They went 10-3 2 years ago. Won their last 6. Then they won their first 13 last year. I mean, he did win 19 in a row. That's because he crushed the transfer portal back-to-back years. This year?
But you miss on the quarterback.
Not looking good.
It's not looking good at all.
But I'm just, that's the whole thing. The whole, hey, put this on me. I mean, outside of Mario not taking a knee last year, no, that is on you. No, we do believe this is on you. Yes, this loss is on you. Absolutely it is. I can't remember a time in which a coach said, and it's my fault. All right. I didn't coach him up well enough. I didn't get him prepared. And I thought, I think he means that. Because I think they're just giving us lip service. Now they have to. They're all making $9-10 million a year. They should take the blame.
I will say, though, when we're paying some of these kids what we're paying them now, you can say, and the guys have to quit making mistakes.
I totally agree.
It was one thing when they were, my grandfather was one that used to get really angry when I was a little kid if the fans would boo college kids. He's like, they're not getting paid. You can't boo them. Well, that's out the window. They are getting paid. They're getting paid a substantial amount of money. So, yes, they can take some of the heat that comes with it.
But when Brian Kelly said, it's my fault, I'm not doing a good enough job coaching them to get them through these tight spots, and we keep losing these close games when we're in a position to win and put them away. Did you think he meant it?
No, I think what he really said was, I've done everything I can do. I had them in a perfect position to win, and they blew it.
And they screwed it up.
They screwed the whole thing up. All my hard work and coaching went down the drain because they can't figure it out.
For whatever reason, when I was at Notre Dame, we won these close games. We weren't as talented, but we won these close games. I got more talent here, and I can't win these games. And it's really honking me off. That was a good game, by the way. That was, and let's give a little credit to USC, all right, who did the little rope-a-dope defensively, little bend, don't break, and, the Nuss bus there threw for 3 and change, and at times LSU was running it right through them, and yet USC hung in there, made some big plays defensively when they had to, and they pulled that sucker out. Good for them.
Big win for the Big Ten, David.
It really was, though. I know that's a punchline. I know you're laughing.
I know it's true. It just sounds so damn absurd.
But yes, USC beating LSU in Vegas was a really big win for the Big Ten. It was. There's no doubt. Hey, not kidding. Texas needs to beat Michigan Saturday. All right. The SEC so far is 1-3 in their big non-conference showdowns, and the one's Georgia. So the conference isn't going to get a whole lot of credit for that because that's their standard bearer. All right. They need the rest of the conference, the upper end of the conference to do, Florida drilled. Okay. LSU lost. A&M lost. at home as a favorite.
Hey. 2-3. Vandy beat Vatek. Don't take anything away from the Commodores. What are you talking about? That was a salty Vatek team. Everybody thought had a shot. In fact, some people had them playing in an ACC title game.
I still do because I can't take it back. So that's my bad. Well, hold on a second. We've been doing this how many years? When has the SEC ever claimed Vandy in football?
This weekend.
It's too late. They didn't get their paperwork in on time. Nope. They can't claim it as a win. Sorry. You never counted it as a loss. You can't claim it as a win. Well done, though, Mark. Well done. But that's all. That's my little pet peeve on my coaches. And I like Norvell, and I like Brian Kelly. I always have. All right. I mean, he's a blankety blank, but I'd love him to coach my team.
And look, good for Notre Dame. Great win on the road. I'm not taking anything away from Notre Dame, but man, I was listening to some sports talk radio over the weekend, the college sports station, and they've already crowned Notre Dame undefeated, and they're the 5 seed.
Well, I will say they'll be favored in every game until USC, which is their regular season finale. I mean, first off, they only play 3 true road games, and that was one of them, Mark. I mean, even when Notre Dame plays Georgia Tech, they're playing them in Mercedes-Benz Stadium. They're playing, Navy and not on the road, I think in Florida or Jersey somewhere. I mean, they only have 3 true road games. It's A&M, Purdue, and then USC. Even their other road games are not true road games.
And look, their schedule is relatively easy. I get it. Mm-hmm. But let's just make sure A&M's good first before we give them this crowning achievement of this great win. Because I've watched a lot of A&M football, David, and the one thing they've not really been is very good.
Not for a while, no. They've had one good year of the last 7. Yep.
Their defense, the Notre Dame defense is excellent.
Yep.
Excellent.
But it was a terrific win for the Irish. I mean, hostile environment, week 1. And they were a slight dog, and they got it done. Good, and they got it done late, too, with clutch performances on both sides of the ball. And they'll be heavily favored now to be 11-0 going to the Coliseum to play USC.
Yeah, Louisville and Georgia Tech, probably the 2 toughest games on their schedule between now and then.
Who in Georgia Tech?
Florida State game. Louisville. How do you mention Florida State?
Well, I guess you just mentioned them as a W. I mean, with DJ Ukulele at quarterback and all.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I miss him so. Golly.
But now just let's say Florida State figures out some things, and if they beat Notre Dame.
I got to admit, Seminoles, for as poor as DJ has been, the run defense would concern me more. Because those guys were supposed to be a lot better than this. I mean, we had our doubts about DJ and to how good he would be, but
I mean, it's 2 weeks a row of running it up the gut for 4 a crack, 5 a crack. I mean,
nothing fancy about it either. Oh, the division's over. I mean, they took 3 out of 4 from the Braves. It's over. I mean, unless they're going to collapse like the 07 Mets, I mean, it's over. Canes were great. Oh, with all due respect, Irish football and everybody else, you guys say Norvell in the hot seat. This is laughable. I mean, golly. I mean, we can't take you guys seriously when you say crap like that. He just won 19 in a row.
yeah, they go 5-7 this year, though.
Yeah, okay. And guess what? Won't affect his status at all. He could go 3-9 this year.
Whoa.
They are married to each other. Okay. He was just made like the 6th highest paid coach. Do you know what the buyout would be to get rid of Mike Norvell? They got to pay off the ACC first.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes before the top of the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Pat Kirwan to talk all things NFL. We're down to just one magic number, Mark. 2. 2 days away. Ravens and Chiefs. Let's get this party started, shall we?
Yeah, we actually have to get a prediction from Pat on a game today. Normally,
right,
we're just talking about the things that have happened and not looking ahead too much until we have Pat on Friday, but we will have to get a prediction on Chiefs Ravens.
Yeah, I'm going to go out on a limb considering last year in the playoffs, he just kept saying every week, I can't bet against Mahomes. I'm going to go out on a limb and say he picks Mahomes and the Chiefs. Just call me crazy. Okay, here we go. Over under a half. Number of losses left on Notre Dame's schedule. Very quickly. You ready?
Go.
Northern Illinois at home, at Purdue, Miami of Ohio at home, Louisville at home, bye week, Stanford at home, Georgia Tech at Mercedes-Benz Stadium, not a true road game. In fact, there could be more Notre Dame
fans. More Notre Dame fans than Georgia Tech fans.
Right. Navy at MetLife in Jersey. There'll definitely be more Notre Dame fans there. Bye week, Florida State at home, Virginia at home, Army at Yankee Stadium. That's I think the 80th anniversary of 100th anniversary of the Four Horsemen or something. They're honoring that game. And then at USC, over under a half number of losses for Notre Dame the rest of the way.
I'll go over.
So you'll say they lose 1?
Yes, absolutely. Maybe they'll lose 2.
Look at you.
They beat Texas A&M. It is not a major accomplishment. Can we quit acting like they got done beating Alabama or Georgia? My goodness, it's A&M.
I know, but did you hear the teams that I just said are left on their schedule before USC? I mean, that's the thing. And not only that, they play almost all of them at home or at neutral sites.
A&M last year was 7-6. The year before they were 5-7. They had a great year, 8-4 before that. They had the COVID year 9-1, and they were 8-5. They're an 8-4 team every year. We quit after acting like they beat the Alabama Crimson Tide on Saturday, for crying out loud. I know they don't play a lot of teams. Florida State will get their act together at some point. They will be better than they've been the last 2 weeks. That's not a cakewalk game.
Okay. All right. How about over under number of losses for the Canes? U. Come on now. It's all about the U. It's all about the U. About the U. Come on now. You ready? FAMU and Ball State at home. Then they go across the alley and north on I-75, taking on South Florida in Tampa. Then Virginia Tech at home on a Friday night. And then at Cal. And Cal's coming off a bye, Mark. I just had to do. Speaking of which, so if you weren't with us earlier in the show, I went 0-5 on my picks. So don't listen to me for the rest of the month, maybe the rest of the year. But have you witnessed some of the, oh my goodness, bad beats so far this early in the college football season? Oh my. Well, TCU, Stanford. TCU by 8.5. They're up 10. Under a minute to go. Stanford drives stalls on like the 20. 4th down. So they kick the field goal to get it to 7 to line up for the onside kick. Tough beat if you're laying the points on tech. That's not the worst part of it. Okay, the game was 34-24 at the time. Do you know what the over-under on the game was, Mark? 60.5. The field goal makes it 61. So it's bad enough that not only does TCU not cover, you just lost the under. Did you see Rutgers against Howard pounded it in with less than 20 seconds to go to cover? Army did the same thing with less than 30 seconds to go with an offensive lineman to cover. Oh, some of the bad beats that have gone on have been amazing. How about Oklahoma made sure final drive of the game? Oh, yeah, they weren't covering. Oh, they covered. Yes, they did at home against Temple.
Coaches never know.
No,
Never
totally
know what the
oblivious.
number is.
No idea what their big money alumni are laying points on them or what the over-under is. Never. Okay. So we did FAMU, Ball State, at South Florida, home for Vatech, at Cal, off a bye. And then the Canes have a bye before they go to Louisville. Then they host Florida State and Duke. They go to Georgia Tech, and Georgia Tech's coming off a bye November 9th. Then the Canes have a bye, home for Wake Forest, and then they're at Syracuse. Over under 1.5 number of losses for the Canes.
Under.
Look at you.
If it was a half, I'd go over. They'll figure out a way to lose one of those games.
So you think Miami's going to be 11-1 when they play in the ACC title game?
Right.
Okay. All right. And they whooped up on Florida. Here's my question for you. Do you think they can lose the ACC title game and get in at 11-2? Right now, your gut feeling.
My gut before the season started was no, they cannot.
Right.
That beat down of Florida is going to help.
And by the way, a lot of people saw it. Highest rated week 1 3:30 slot for ABC/ESPN in a long time. 6.6 million people watch that beatdown.
And a lot of people watch Notre Dame and A&M as well.
Mm-hmm.
ABC had a really good day with their triple header. A lot of eyeballs on the television.
They had good games, and Georgia Clemson was 6-3 at the half. You know, I mean, yeah, Georgia blew them out, but they didn't blow them out in the first 2 hours. So, all right. Just wanted to play the little over-under game. But
yeah, the Michigan won 30-10. The line in that game was 20.5.
Right. Well, that's okay. It was 16-10 mid-fourth.
Until the pick six.
Right.
Separated that one. Exactly.
Now,
a couple of texts that I got to get to, David, because they're fun. FSU defense isn't even Charmin quality. We are more like the toilet paper you find in a portalette.
Very thin. See-through almost.
Well, my 9-3 Florida battling 9-3 Alabama for that last playoff spot is not looking so good right
now. No. No, sir. Hey, since my picks were technically made in August, okay, do I get a mulligan or something, or am I done for the rest of the month of September?
Oh, no, I'm just waiting to see how many games you pick as you're now chasing.
And I'll be chasing for a long time. I got to make up 5. Never mind to cover the VIG.
I started out 0-3.
You did, but you rallied. You're 2-3.
I rallied to 2-3. Lee Sterling went 4-1. Not only did he go 4-1, his game of the week was Notre Dame A&M. He had Notre Dame. His 40-unit play was Nebraska. So Lee Sterling off to a hot start.
Yes. Paramount Sports, 800-400-9741. And Fuego to begin the year. Lee Sterling, 7 o'clock on Fridays. He makes his picks on Miller and Moulton. So, yes, 4-1 for Lee. Plus, he got the game of the week and his 40-unit play. Mark 2-3, and Mush over here, 0-5. Wow. Well, I went head-to-head with Lee Sterling 3 times.
Right. So and you had a game Sunday and a game Monday. So as Florida's just getting annihilated by Miami, and I'm going, all right, at least I've got a win here. I'm feeling finally that I'm not having the bad week. Then I start looking at your picks. I'm going, he was really high on Wyoming. What's going on with Wyoming and Arizona State?
Yeah, I picked the wrong West Coast upset there. Yeah. Yeah, not good. They got shellacked.
Yes, they did.
What the heck? Money was coming in on Wyoming, too. Wasn't the only one thinking that. Man. LSU couldn't beat USC. Don't laugh. That's a big win for the Big Ten. What if Michigan gets Texas? Tell me that can't resonate at the end of the year when they're debating the final wild card spot between the fourth place team in the Big Ten and the fourth place team in the SEC. And if head to head in the big non-conference games, the Big Ten won them. Seriously. I mean, what if Michigan beats Texas this week?
Be a rough start to the SEC season.
Well, to get that extra, I mean, when in doubt, don't you have to give it to that conference up north?
And it still would make a difference, even if they both get 4. You would think it would have some ramifications on how the seedings work out in those 5 through 8 games that are hosting. Well, I guess 6 through 8, because Notre Dame has already locked up the 5 spot. That's done. They're going undefeated, and they're the 5 seed, apparently.
Yinzer asked, OK Music has the question, will Moulton get to 500 this year on his picks? Remember, it was like 10 at-bats into his career. Ichiro got a hit to get to 300 and never dropped below 300 for his lifetime, the rest of his career. Okay. OK Music's basically saying it's the opposite with Moulton. He started 0-5. Can he even get back to 500 this year?
Well, there'll be a week in which he picks 9 games and goes 7-2. He will be picking more games. This could go one of 2 ways. It'll either go really well and a comeback for David. If I were David, I'd stick with 5 games through September.
Right, because I suck before October. And I told everybody that when I made my picks. But I didn't think I sucked this badly. This is a new level of suckage, even for Moulton.
Does this make you pause and then make your picks and want to just go with the opposite of what you have?
Well, first off, you know how angry at myself I am, because why? Tell everybody, I told this to you off air before we made our picks. Then I didn't include it in my picks. And what did I say as soon as we went to commercial break on Friday?
Why didn't I pick Oklahoma? I love Oklahoma.
They're going to crush Temple. They're going to cover. Why did I not pick Oklahoma? Friday night, what happens?
Oklahoma covered.
Right. So instead of being 1-0, right. So we're already off to that kind of a start, that kind of a year. At least I've got the WNBA to fall back on. I can't lose on, to me, this is the new association, by the way. I can't lose on the association.
We gave you, what was it, New York?
On the road in Seattle.
They'd lost against Vegas. LA.
2
they
days
lost
earlier.
LA, then they played Seattle.
And
we laid the 3.5. Another win for Miller and Moulton on the WNBA.
Yep. And we even stayed off of Caitlin Clark and the Fever, which is a mistake because they are in fuego. By the way, they're going to play 6 straight home games now. They only have 7 games left in their season. They got over 500, and now they're going home. They're going to be home for like 2-3 weeks.
As long as games are on Tuesday or Wednesday night, I'm all in, David. Other than that, I won't see any of it.
I understand. Friday night, maybe? No? Going up against Big Ten Network? Friday, Big Ten action?
My alma mater's probably playing a lot of those Friday night games. I think I'm stuck watching them.
Apparently, every Big Ten team has to make an appearance on the Big Ten Network. Apparently, it's a league rule. So, I don't know what Ohio State game's already been earmarked, but it's apparently they have to have a Big Ten Network game also. So, I'm finding out little things about this whole Big Ten television contract, Mark. So there are certain games that are off the table because they've already been assigned to Big Ten Network.
You can pretty much guarantee you that Ohio State game's either going to be Western Michigan or Marshall.
I actually don't think it is. I actually think it's a Big Ten game.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Well, RCB was listening on Friday in which I said there's a show, the Brent Martineau show in Jacksonville. That's the show we lead into for Action News Jax in Jacksonville. And they want to do a pick challenge with us. And
can't wait for that.
Well, but everything between Miller and Moulton has to be unanimous. And Mark said, well, what if we don't agree on a game? And I said, well, we'll just go with the guy who's hotter. So obviously, when in doubt, Mark is making the picks in our challenge against Brent and the guys in Jacksonville. And then Mark will doubt every one of his picks when I agree with him.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. This is not how you want to start a season. And we're 2-8.
Worst start, Florida State or my picks?
Florida State, but it's close.
Ooh. Wow.
It's close because it's been 2 conference games they've lost. You just, you need the NFL, David. That appears Saturdays are not good for you. You need Sundays.
Is that it? Is that what I've what I've been missing this whole time is the National Football League? That's your story, huh? Because it doesn't sound like you're selling it very hard.
I'm not. Because you've always been better on Saturdays than you have Sundays.
Miller and Moulton. Hey, speaking of the NFL, Pat Kirwan's going to join us next. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA-certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower is so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment
You
online.
have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Good morning, fellas.
Hey, morning.
Yeah, Mark has the college picks. You have the pro picks. Stop fighting.
There you go.
There's a lot of ways that solves discussion. It solves issues. It solves jealousy. You might want to fire yourself.
I don't know, Pat. I don't even know if I deserve the pro picks after week one.
Come on. We haven't had week one yet in pro football.
Yeah, I guess I have one.
Don't get nervous now, GM. Don't get nervous now.
Oh, I know. God almighty. I just did 2 deals with Howie Roseman and got fleeced. My goodness.
How about, you know what? You guys need to leave the state of Florida once a week and get away so you can see it from afar. Florida State and Florida stink.
Oh, don't trust me. We can see that stinkage even from where we sit.
But you couldn't see it last week. You could not see it.
Well, no, not with Florida. We didn't see it being this bad. But with Florida State, what is amazing to me is that this isn't just Miller and Moulton. Everybody said they've got an NFL-like defensive front. This defensive front's one of the best in college football. And 2 weeks in a row, teams that are double-digit underdogs have ran it right up the middle, right down their throats.
Well, let me make an analogy, and you guys can shoot a hole in it. If it was pro football and I said someone's going to try to build a world championship team with free agents, it really doesn't. Rams did it. No one else has ever done it. What Florida State is for last year and this year is just they rent players.
Well, they've done it. This is the third year in a row. He did really well 2 years ago with the portal. They won 10 games. And then last year he doubled down and threw those guys on top of what he had, and they won 13 in a row. So, yeah, we gave him the benefit of the doubt that he knows how to pick talent out of the portal.
Yep. And Nick quit over this, and 2 of his guys went to Florida State.
Yeah, I think actually 4 Bama
4 or 5 Alabama guys
went to Florida State.
Yeah, those are the guys that were in his office the day after the game who said, we've been offered a lot of money to leave. Can you match the money? We'd like to stay. And Nick said, I'll be right back. That's right. In about never.
Right.
So it's the same as pro football. You have to build a football team. Now you can add a piece or two, but if you try to rent a football team, this is what it looks like.
Well, they also had for college, they had a really special college quarterback last year. Not a pro prospect, but Jordan Travis was an outstanding college quarterback.
So they haven't recruited really. Have they had any money left or scholarships left to bring in, high school seniors?
Well, half their roster, I think it's 49% of their roster is 4- and 5-star. I do think you have.
How long are they going to last? If you're a kid there, I'm leaving because I know they're going to go get more guys.
Yeah, I will say they got a lot of money, and we all know kids are going where the cash is. So
no, that's what NFL people do. When a guy signs with the Jets or the Carolina Panthers, you got to really wonder about the kid. He went for the money. He knows the team's no good.
Right. Detroit had to battle that for years. Yep.
Here we go.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 3 of Miller and Moulton on this Tuesday, and that means, well, Pat Kirwan. He of NFL Radio's Moving the Chains, which is 3 to 7 weekdays, and he's got to head to New York for Sunday. CBS and the NFL Today show starting things off. Pat joins us courtesy of Pinchers, Tampa to Key West, over a dozen locations in between, including their newest spot in Lakewood Ranch, Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh. Top of the morning to you, Pat. Are you ready?
Well, I guess I have to be ready, and this is exciting to be back with you guys 2 days a week. And here's week 1. Someone said yesterday was Labor Day. I go, it's absolutely not Labor Day. It's the first Monday of the season.
And I noticed that by taking a drive and hearing you on the radio yesterday, Pat.
Yeah. Hey, let's get clear here. We got game on Thursday, a game on Friday, and we got a huge scale, schedule for the week. So yes, we spent the whole day making our picks and all that stuff. No one really cares about it, but Jim and I like to battle each other and see who wins at the end of the season. So that was an interesting. We were packed with callers. It's amazing how many people were home, sitting in their backyard having a barbecue and calling the show. So it was great to have. I think we took 22 calls or some crazy number. But anyway, love being with you guys. And there's only 2 home dogs this week. People liking that home field.
Well, one of the teams you picked was the Miami Dolphins to win their division. And a lot of Dolphin fans listening. I'm not prepared to dive into the Dolphin pool. Why did you, Pat?
Well, I've been critical of them because I never thought they were putting it together the right way. I am nervous about Christian Wilkins being gone, but I do feel like Tua and the offense do have enough weapons. And he is, once I saw him get his deal and then speak out against Flores, I didn't care for what he said, but I realized this guy's got a lot of confidence right now. I'm going to bet on Tua. There's too many injuries up in Buffalo. And I do have Buffalo as a wild card. I have the Jets as a wild card. I have 3 coming out of the AFC East. And Jim Miller picked the Jets to win the division. I didn't see it that strong. But I do like the 3 of them. And I think Miami, they're going to get that big game against Buffalo on Thursday night right after the opener. And I'd be really surprised if they lose that thing.
Well, then I guess that means that you have the other wild card in the AFC coming out of the North. And if so, who?
Cincinnati. And it takes a lot for me to leave Pittsburgh out of the equation, but I have left Pittsburgh out of it. I left Jacksonville out and didn't feel strongly about them being good enough. And of course, out in the West, I don't see anybody making it. Jim has the Chargers. I do not. I think a year from now, I might be strongly considering them, but I think Harbaugh is going to have a little bit of trouble getting this thing up right now. So those are my 3 wild cards in the AFC. My wild cards in the NFC are Dallas. I don't think they'll beat out Philly. I don't think a lot of guys feel that way. I have Green Bay. Jim has Chicago, of course, and I have Atlanta.
As a wild card, which means that you have Tampa Bay winning the division?
Oh, yeah. I'm not betting against Todd Bowles. That guy, and I talked to Tom Moore yesterday for a while. His book comes out today. And the name of the book's The Player's Coach. You know what I asked him? I said, look, I wrote a book and I wrote the title after I got done with the book. I said, what did you want to do? And he said, well, we wrote it after like you did, but I told him I wanted Boots First as the title. That's how I want to go out. Boots First.
I could see where a publishing house may go, I don't know. Do you have a second choice?
He said, I got outvoted right away. They told me it'll be The Player's Coach, not Boots First. The man's 84 years old. And he was so fascinating. And I've talked to him before, but he was great with his book. And we talked about a lot of different subjects. I just like the way he described Baker. Now, this is a guy that's coached a lot of great quarterbacks. He didn't say Baker was great, but he did say that Baker has grown up. Baker is focused, and Baker is going to get the most out of Baker. And for Tom to say that, and I gave him a lot of opportunities to get out from under Baker, he didn't want to. It's kind of like his last big project, and he's enjoying it very much. So I like Tampa.
All right. Those are Pat Kirwan's picks that he made on his Move in the Change show yesterday. That's NFL Radio, 3 to 7 weekdays. Last year, for what it's worth, you had of the 14 playoff teams, 10 of the 14 won week 1. The 4 teams who lost week 1 and made the playoffs, 3 of the 4 lost to other playoff teams. The only playoff team from last year who lost to a non-playoff team week 1 was the Bills to the Jets in the Aaron Rodgers torn Achilles game. Are you taking any of that into consideration when you make either your week 1 picks or when you made your season-long picks that historically, Pat, for some strange quirk of fate, the week 1 results have been very telling at the end of the year?
They are telling, and no, I'm not really considering the first week schedule in regards to deciding who I like in the divisions. I'm not. I hear those stats all the time, and I have great respect for them. To me, it's a little bit, I'm more inclined to think if you have a veteran quarterback and a returning offensive coordinator, you are significantly ahead of teams with the limited amount of practice we have with the young quarterbacks. As I said to you guys the other day, there's 3 rookie quarterbacks starting. Last year, we basically had 4. All of them lost on their first round. And they did a lot of things that I don't think you should do with rookie quarterbacks. I think there's so much excitement about Chicago and even Denver and certainly Washington. My suspicion is they might all lose.
It's even that much more hyped up in Chicago, though, too, isn't it, Pat? I mean, when you look at Caleb Williams, obviously the Hard Knocks thing, but that team brought back a lot of talent and went out and acquired a lot of talent. And naming him the captain, does that mean anything to you for a rookie quarterback to get that distinction?
Well, I think Chicago has been traditionally premature in training quarterbacks. And I mean that in every sense. They put him on the field too soon. They get frustrated with him too soon. They get rid of him too soon. Making a rookie a captain, he doesn't need that pressure. He just needs to go out and function and be able to handle the bad days. I think he's going to be okay, but, they weren't exactly great at USC last year. And it's not always about him. But you know what is about him? The press conference. And we saw guys like Zach Wilson have a very hard time handling press conferences and then turned off his teammates with the way he reacted to things. And not, in at least their minds, not taking full blame for things. You take the whole blame as the quarterback, and then you deal with your teammates later, but he didn't do it. So I don't know how Caleb's going to do. He's going to have pressure on him. And Chicago, they're excited, but they're also ready to turn on anybody at any time.
Bears open Sunday at home against the Titans. And I'll say it now, the Titans do not finish in last in the South.
I think you're onto something there, and those guys will be tough on defense. I want Caleb to do well, but I'm just not going to take the bait on inflating everything without him ever playing the game. We have all witnessed, and I hope he comes out and he throws 4 touchdowns and everyone says, hey, you're wrong, because they'll go crazy then. Then it's time for the Hall of Fame. That'll be the next one. How long before he's in the Hall of Fame? You got to go slow with these kids. And look at how they ran off the other 2 young quarterbacks. This kid's under a lot of pressure, and the expectations in Chicago, where my brother lives, and he's a Chicago Bear fan, and he coached football, and he played in the Big Ten, and he's still taking the bait. This is the savior, and he's here.
Boy, Pat, I traveled over the weekend to Pittsburgh. It's the opposite there. They are down on the Steelers. They are down on Russell Wilson. They are down on the streak of consecutive winning seasons continuing. They are very worried about their Pittsburgh Steelers. That's the sense that I got over the weekend. Listening to a little radio, hanging out with family, and hearing their views. They're not high on the Steelers this year.
No, we get a lot of Steeler callers, and they're all in the same description you just gave me. But of course, Mike Tomlin doesn't really pay attention to that because he made him the only captain of the team, which is really priceless. So you don't like him. Good, he's our captain. I think the owner has taught him, like he taught Bill Cowher and Chuck Noll, just be your own man, make your own decisions, and I will too. And I remember when Bill had a 6-10 season, and Mr. Rooney walked in and told the team, I'm giving him a 2-year extension. He's not the problem. You guys are. Be ready to get fired. Pittsburgh, the fans have taken advantage of having a very great franchise that's stable. And so then they become authorities on what it takes to be a Steeler. Mr. Rooney and Mike Tomlin know what it takes to be a Steeler. So for now, it's going to be Russell.
Is there a team whose off-season or August even does concern you, though? I mean, we all know the saga in Dallas. Quite frankly, we've got a saga ongoing in Cincinnati and San Francisco. I mean, I'm curious if there's a saga that does concern you.
Well, we didn't even talk about Cleveland. And, you could talk about Cleveland. Look at their roster. They're good-looking defense. It's really about Watson, but we don't spend a lot of time on Watson. I think it's a bit of a boring story. It used to be a big, fat story that we talked about all the time. So where is Cleveland? And, Kevin Stefanski's been coach of the year twice. I still gave him a winning record. I mean, that division, I gave a 40-win, 28-loss record. So we don't talk about them. I'll tell you one place that, and I said this on the show about 2 weeks ago. Actually, it was probably a month ago now. the owner kind of jumped up and started acting bold about a month ago. Now he reloaded that gun and shot it again 2 days ago. This is the best team Jacksonville's ever had. We're a playoff team. You know, he put a lot of pressure on the GM and coach to deliver. I did not pick them for the playoffs. I didn't think that was positive. And I thought it reminded me a little of Jerry. How Jerry talks about it's now and never for the Cowboys. Salary cap might say it's not never. They're not going anywhere. Too many fat contracts.
He's Pat Kirwan. NFL Radio is where you can hear him weekdays 3 to 7. The show is called Moving the Change. You can hear him on Miller and Moulton every Tuesday and Friday at the top of the 8 a.m. Eastern hour. He also helps produce CBS's NFL Today show, a revamped NFL Today show beginning this Sunday. Also, Pat Kirwan joining us here on Miller and Moulton. When we come back, we've got a game to talk about. 2 days away, the Ravens and the Chiefs, a rematch of the AFC Championship game. How does Pat see it? Pat Kirwan. More of him next on Miller and Moulton.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
It's good to hear some commercials on there, boys.
Yeah, we're doing all right.
Yeah.
Do a little better, but we're doing all right. I've got a big week ahead of me this week with locking down 3 more sponsors that have all verbally said yes. We just got to get it in writing.
Well, it is exciting to see you doing something that you got forced to do that might be the best thing you ever did.
It really, Pat, you've said it. My wife looked at me and she goes, "Why didn't you do this years ago?" Because we had no idea that we'd have this type of response. It's scary.
Well, I knew you had a response because I run into people all the time. I take a car service to the airport every Saturday morning and pick up on Sunday night most of the time. And those guys all know your show. They know when I'm on. We talk about your show all the time. So I always get a different driver outside of 1 or 2 of the guys that are foreigners. But I think you underestimated who you guys are.
Well, I underestimated and first off, we're not there yet. We're just there enough that, we can stay on the air and, almost pay our bills. But I underestimated the difference between, it's one thing to have listeners. It's another thing that people spend money.
Yeah.
Agreed. And that's, so that's
You know, if they listened to you though, and they heard, over the years, the different people that did advertising, and you're giving them an opportunity to jump in on this, and now you're statewide and actually a little outside the state, I think it's going to work personally. And I'm not here to give you a pep talk. I don't think you need one. I think you got a little momentum going. Sooner or later, you're going to hire someone to hustle these deals. You won't be doing it by hand by yourselves. I can't tell you who that is, but you will. You know what
I'm
you're
going
doing.
to say, Pat, I hope that's a problem that we have.
You will have that problem.
I hope we're doing so well we have to hire someone.
You will. And you won't be able to stay up with it. You're going to start traveling now. There's a lot going on here. And you'll find yourselves, and someone who's a young hustler, not a guy I hate the old pro types, young hustler that can put something together and go out and hit the pavement a little bit for you guys, I think will do great. And it might be an interesting, honestly, and I don't know this business that well, but I've been in it a long time. It might be a model for a lot of guys that have this, they're in the same boat you're in with the world of media and radio.
Well, there are people, and we're not putting ourselves on their level, but there are many success stories. Dan Patrick brought everything in-house and literally moved to his attic, left ESPN and moved to his attic.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, to do the show for years before it, reinvented itself in a big way. This Pat McAfee thing, Clay Travis. I mean, there are guys who have become hugely successful, and they did a lot of it,
Well, they weren't going to be that successful, as you said, hugely successful, if they stayed in company.
Mm-hmm.
The company's never going to let you be that. They're going to hold you down. They're trying to make their money off you. You guys keep this going.
Yep.
That's why I think you've been in business long enough. You know the business. You know the content. You're funny together. And maybe there's a different time zone or a different time slot for you.
And by funny together, he's just talking about our picks. But
that's sad. No, those are sad. I wasn't up to the sad part. I just thank God there's not another Division I school in Florida. You'd probably jump on them too.
Hey, don't bring Mark into this. He jumped on the right one this year.
The U,
baby.
Every 20 years they find a way to just get back to their old ways.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Edgar Thompson covers the Gators for a living. So, how happy is he? How great is his life? We'll give Edgar a pep talk as he gives us the state of the Gators. Woo! Coming up in a little more than 15 minutes time. Meanwhile, Gary Ferman, he's with canesport.com. So you know what that's going to be like. He'll join us in the bonus hour. Our remaining moments with Pat Kirwan, NFL Radio's Moving the Chains, CBS's NFL Today show. He joins us once again, courtesy of Pinchers. Tampa to Key West, all points in between. Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh. All right. Last year, the NFL said, you know what? We don't have to give the Chiefs a marquee matchup. We'll just, the people are going to watch. We'll give them the Lions. This year, they said, you know what? Let's give them a marquee matchup, baby. Let's give them an AFC title game rematch. Ravens-Chiefs week 1. How do you see it?
Yeah, well, last year, just a quick note on that. I was in Detroit, and all they focused on, talked about, and were very quiet, but they were all about going to Kansas City. The head coach was verbal with me about it. We're going to find out right away. And that's how he talked to his team. So it was an opportunity for him to launch what turned out to be a terrific Lion football team. I think the Ravens people will call it revenge. It's not revenge to John Harbaugh. It's like, can we correct the mistakes we made, get away from the run game? Yeah, we went and got Derrick Henry. So they immediately responded to their own problems. And now they put this thing together. They're going to go out. It's a tough assignment. I don't think Kansas City, and I said this on this show, they had 9 games last year when they couldn't score 20 points. Now, do you think the offense is prolific? I think they've got some issues. They're going to start a rookie tackle. They got some problems there. Their backup situation is not very good in the line. So God forbid an injury. The receiver core is up. Juju's probably going to catch 8 or 9 balls because he's back and he can trust them. I think they're not ready for what they want to do. And I think they might be a little slow start on defense without L'Jarius Sneed. And I do think that since Detroit could go out and do it, I think that Baltimore can go out and do this. And I think they desperately want to fix last year's championship game, which was their mistake.
It was totally their mistake. They quit running the football, but now they bring Derrick Henry, as you mentioned. How does he change their offense, Pat? I mean, we all know what I'm not sure how much is left in the tank there, but there's enough. What does he do to change how that offense runs?
Well, first off, I think he opens up play action pass because he is Derrick Henry and he is a 1,000-yard back no matter where he plays and with whom. So I think any kind of play action, which to me tells me Lamar's pulling the ball out of his belly and throwing to Mark Andrews, the tight ends, which has always been his bread and butter, his tight end passing game. So I see that. I see them a lot in 12 personnel. Go out there and balance this thing up. A tight end on both sides, put Likely on the field. Just 2 wide receivers. There's not a lot of wide receivers I like. So I see that. And I see if they got a lead, they might be able to pound it a little bit. I love Big Chris on defense for Kansas City, but he doesn't play all the time. He needs his breaks, and he hasn't really done a lot lately. So I would think you're going to see a team. You show me where the pass rushers are for Kansas City. You show me. I know everyone says the young corner McDuffie's going to handle L'Jarius Sneed's job, but go look at the nickelback position. They like to play a 5 defensive back defense. I think the nickelback job is still, quote unquote, up in the air. So I think there's enough to be thinking Baltimore can go out there and I don't like revenge with adult men, but those guys know what they did wrong and they're going to fix it. And I think they have an opportunity to. Plus, I think Derrick is fresh. Derrick's problem is January when he's been carrying the ball too much. I think he's very excited to roll.
Well, and I will say, I don't think how they're going to use him, he's going to be overworked. I could see, I don't know if it's 15 touches, but you know what I'm getting at here. Maybe 17. And, you do the math that puts it, I'll go back. I'll go 15 touches because now with 17 games, that's 255 carries. I'll be surprised if he's got many more than that, Pat.
I agree with you. But it was clear to me when I was in Baltimore that they got a little bit of a plan for him for more receptions. Not a lot, but not just screen passes. They've got a couple of things they want to do with him and get him the ball in space so he's not dropping his helmet and trying to get up inside all the time. So I'd be not surprised if I see him catch 4 or 5 passes per game. Get ready for that part. And Derrick thinks he's a pretty good receiver. So he says, they never used me right that way. So I think that's part of it. I think you do that with an older player as well. You want to get the ball in his hands in space a little bit more, get ready for some swing routes and everything else they're going to handle and try to give him some shots in open space.
Pat, you mentioned the starting tackle, the rookie for Kansas City. I'm just curious, when you look at the league as a whole, is there a team based on the rookie starting, based on their offensive line, that you have a little lower expectations than everybody else has?
The Rams. Right off the top, Mark, if you look at the Rams, they're gonna put 2 in the front to rush that are rookies. They got all these rookies loaded up in the back end of the secondary that are eventually going to have to play. It almost looks like they were budget conscious with the amount of young players they have. Still love the quarterback, love the receivers, got that part of it. The running back's good, but I do think that they're going to try to get through. And by the way, I say that because I did not pick them for the playoffs, by the way. A lot of people have just assumed they're going to make a run at San Francisco, and they might, but they've got an awful lot of young guys that are going to have to be significant contributors, starting right away with 2 in the defensive front.
Seattle is a team, for what it's worth, in which I've heard predictions all over the map. I've actually heard a few people that think that they're going to seriously challenge San Francisco, that the weaknesses of the last 2 years, mostly along the defensive line, have been fixed. I don't see it. Do you?
I do not. I did not pick them to make it to the playoffs. I think Geno has to have a better year than last year. 2 years ago, he had the kind of year that was worthy of playoff. I didn't see it last year as much. He asked for a contract extension. They ignored the request. And he has to play well. But they have nowhere to turn if they decide it's over with him. No, I think look, Pete should have been putting his thumb down on his defensive coordinator a little bit harder than he did. In fact, there are people that feel that Pete lost his job over the coordinators. I don't know about that. I've talked to him many times. He doesn't complain about it. He doesn't, and he would to me if he felt like he wanted to. I think they're a 9-win team and they missed the playoffs. I think they're that kind of team. Those receivers are tough to handle.
Pat, none of us were high on Richardson coming out of college, but a lot of people have high expectations for Indianapolis. What are your thoughts on the Colts this year?
Not nowhere near high expectations for me. I have them at 7-10. And I'll tell you why. I just think the first point is your quarterback. He came out of the blocks last year, played 4 games. All of a sudden, even in the playing game against Houston, which I think was week 2, he had 2 rushing touchdowns. Sooner, I think the 4 games that he played are more of an advantage for the defensive preparation than him. He's still a guy with very little experience, and I do think that he's going to struggle. He's going to dazzle us with big plays because he's an athlete, but I don't know that he can sustain it and become a playoff team this year.
He's Pat Kirwan. You can listen to him weekdays on NFL radio. The show is called Moving the Chains. It is 3 to 7, Monday through Friday. Also, during the NFL season, they do 2 to 5 on Saturdays. 2 to 5 on Saturdays. And then he's doing the NFL Today show behind the scenes, telling them what to say and what have you for CBS. So he's working every day from now until, well, after the draft. He's Pat Kirwan. He joins us courtesy of Pinchers, Tampa to Key West, all points in between Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh. Pat, we'll talk to you Friday. Is that all right?
Absolutely. We're ready to talk about what games are coming up, and we'll actually have a game to review, the one we just talked about.
And then we'll preview Green Bay and Philly, along with the rest of the Week 1 slate with Pat Kirwan. Meanwhile, Edgar Thompson is next. David Moulton of Miller & Moulton, just wanting to let everyone know our show has changed in that we now own 100% of it. And that means not only do we produce all the content, but we also now have to sell it.
So, no better time to tell all the car dealers, lawyers, jewelers, construction companies, bank managers, insurance agents, or bar restaurant owners that Miller & Moulton is the second highest rated show for men 25-54 and men 35-64 in Lee, Collier, and Charlotte counties, while being the morning show that men listen to the longest.
So you probably should be advertising on Miller & Moulton. And if you'd like to, contact us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or hit up Mark on X at @MarkMiller or me at @TheDavidMoulton.
No one can give you the pricing or service on Miller & Moulton like Miller & Moulton. To advertise, text 21,000 now.
Or you can hit us up on X. Mark is at @MarkMiller, and I'm at @TheDavidMoulton.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA-certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I'm already gearing up for a substantial nap today.
Nice.
A lot of late night football this week. A Monday night game, Thursday night game,
Friday night game, if you're going to take it in.
So this, the daughter, I still don't have who she's playing soccer for in this rec league. And the rec league is imploding, David. The emails that are coming from like the treasurer of the league are just fantastic as he's throwing the guy who's in charge under the bus constantly.
Mm-hmm.
While saying, if you want your money back, email me. I'll give you a refund right now. You want to stick it out, stick it out. Hope you stick it out, but I can't blame you if you want a refund. 6:56 this morning, another email came.
So this is a funny clip, but the fact that the ACC network sent this out. Did you see the clip they sent out? The BC quarterback who, remember, he played, didn't he play at Florida State? Was it Castellanos?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he played at Florida State, didn't he? And now he's at BC. I thought one of their key offensive players was a null. So on the ACC Network postgame show, Taylor Tannenbaum says, hey, after a big win like this, what does this week look like for you? He says, yeah, I go to Boston College, so we got class tomorrow. And the ACC Network sent that out. You don't think maybe the ACC Network's going to troll Florida State and Clemson every chance they can? Listen, I know nobody was watching, but early in the Ohio State Akron broadcast, they lined up for the kickoff, and Gary says to Brad, this isn't the new dynamic kickoff, is it?
Great line.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes before the hour, the Diamond District bonus hour awaits at the top of the hour for the 239 and the 904 when Gary Ferman of CaneSport will join us. The other side of the Miami-Florida game is going to be discussed with one Edgar Thompson right now. See, he covers the Gators for the Orlando Sentinel. You can follow Edgar on X at OS Gators. Edgar, it's David and Mark. Thanks for doing this. Boy, no shortage of material for you to write about these days, huh?
Yeah, and by the way, X, my OS Gators account's been dead for like 6 weeks. Some hacker. I hope it can be revived, but not being on Twitter these days is a blessing and a curse.
All right.
I'm guessing the email box was full either way.
Yeah, it was a mess. And certainly after all the build up, and you and I have done Buddy Martin's show together a few times, and, there's been a lot of hope, a lot of, empty words, as it turned out, false hope. And it looked like the same thing to me. Looked like a team that doesn't have enough players. Looks like a team that's not well coached offensively, not dynamic, and the defense is porous again. And it's like the pass rush is worse than it's been the last 2 years, if that's possible. Now, the thing is, Miami is a very good team potentially. I think it is a good team. Got an incredibly dynamic quarterback, very good lines, a lot of skill. So maybe it's one of those things. It's also what I thought in 2017, guys, when I left the Jerry's world after losing 33-17 to Michigan, the Gators. And you're kind of like, Michigan might be really dang good. Well, they weren't great that year. They were okay. Miami better be better than okay, or this is going to be not the longest season of our lives.
Edgar, is there enough leadership? Because Billy clearly the last 48 hours has been like, hey, we just got to suck it up. We got embarrassed. We got whooped. We got to take it. And we just have to work our way through this. Do you think there's enough gumption in that room for them to overcome the fact that every single person they make eye contact with outside that room thinks they suck?
It's tough. It was a question broached a number of times. Even yesterday, I kind of brought up the whole bunker mentality and how you maintain that in 2024. When you have a staff of like 75 people or 60-something plus a bunch of, volunteers who are young, these people are on their devices all day. I'm sure in the halls they're like, you see what they're saying? You see what they're, you see it. And Eugene Wilson even allowed yesterday afternoon. I asked him about that, and he goes, look, man, I wanted to stay off Twitter, but I couldn't help myself. It's human nature. And he's reading how much they suck. It doesn't help morale. It doesn't help, self-confidence. And they do have veteran guys, but one of them, Graham Mertz, is hurting he's got a concussion right now, so he's probably not very involved at the moment. I don't know the state of what his condition, but he's got to recover. So, yeah, they talked about all the experience they had. They talked about all this, veteran guys. So they better have it because that's what they've been saying they've had, but they've been saying they had a lot of things going. And even yesterday a little bit, guys, Billy kind of talked about experience in a game like that, like they maybe didn't have enough. Well, weren't we listening all off season how they have 41,000 snaps and all that stuff? So I don't know what the true story is. All we know is what we saw Saturday. That's all we can go off right now. And it wasn't promising on any level.
And you're right. Miami better be very good. But to me, Edgar, the same thing as you mentioned earlier, the offense having nothing dynamic. There, outside of the one run by Johnson, there was nothing on the offense that led you to believe that this is a team that can score points. And that would concern me a lot. I don't know where do they get the offense from, if anywhere?
Oh, it's just, I mean, it's like, hey, throw it to Eugene Wilson in the backfield like we're playing, Pop Warner, and he's the best player and he'll outrun everybody. I don't even know what the offense is. I mean, it's amazing. I don't get it. I mean, and you're playing 12 personnel all the time, and Arliss Boardingham's more of a hybrid guy. He's not a blocker. And the right side of the line we thought was going to be an issue. It's even more of an issue than we thought. And they've been bringing in guys and, signing all these dudes, and they do kind of look the part. They've really improved their bodies in the weight room. They're stronger. It just didn't come together, and the conservative play calling on third downs and it just, I don't know, man. I mean, they're running play action passes. Sometimes one guy's going out. It's just I don't get that. And Mertz has to, with the razor margin, 10 margin of error they have, has to hit the throws when he has them. Elijah Badger, at least once, if not twice, it was a touchdown. He had him at least on that one play where if you just throw it to the left hash and let him just run under the ball, he threw it to the right hash, 5 yards behind him and over his head. It was an awful throw. Graham has not proven he can be a downfield thrower, and you're kind of stuck with that going forward unless, and this is the big thing, the promise, the potential is DJ Lagway gets the entire week of preparation and he plays against Stanford and plays well. And then you have an option and a short leash on Graham going forward. And if he does not look better than he did the other day, you hook him and you put in Lagway and you start playing that kid.
Do you think if Scott Strickland, not that I think he'd do this, but do you think if Scott Strickland walked into Billy's office and said, Billy, you need to hand play calling over to somebody else, do you think he'd do it? Because, man, he is not.
Who's he have?
Well, I don't know, but I'm just saying, Edgar, he is dying on this hill, and the hill doesn't have the results to be worth dying on.
Yeah, he views himself as a good offensive mind or an elite offensive mind. He might be good. He might, in the right situation with the right personnel, in the right conference, right? He might be good at it. He was pretty good at Louisiana at it, but it's not going to work at this level with the players that he has. I don't think. I mean, or not don't think. I know. I'm seeing it. People are telling me last year's offense is good, and if you look statistically, 30.5 points a game in league games is fifth in conference games. But they made hay against the worst defenses: LSU, Vanderbilt, South Carolina, Arkansas. Those are the teams they really scored against, and those were four of the six worst defenses in the league, along with Florida's, and then there was another maybe in there. So it's. I don't know that it's an effective offense to compete at the upper level of the SEC. It doesn't look like it, and his play calling doesn't seem to be timely or imaginative at all. And but I don't know who you hand it off to. Russ Callaway, I mean, he's an air raid guy, and I think he's basically running what Billy wants to run. So you can't just change the offense completely. I mean, great coaches adapt. Let's see if they can.
Well, the other thing you mentioned was they had no pass rush in the game. Miami put up big numbers, had no problem doing it. Now, Cam Ward could be an elite quarterback and certainly looked like he was. They've got to figure out that side of the ball as well, don't they, Edgar?
Oh, it was just, I mean, they weren't budging Miami's offensive line for the most part. And then the rare times they were getting the Ward, they were so overly excited, they committed a couple of roughing the passer penalties, which harkens to past couple of years, lack of discipline when you need it. I mean, Justice Boone shoving Ward on the 19, they're facing 3rd and 10 on Florida's 19. You're going to force a field goal, and you do that. Then they go for it on 4th and 5 after a terrible 3rd and 5 call. They got nothing. Incompletion. Get the ball back. Safety blitz. I liked it. DJ Douglas, though, couldn't pull up and hit Ward, another rough in the passer, and they scored on that drive. So that's when they were getting there a little bit too late and a little too aggressively. The linebackers played pretty well. The secondary, it's hard to evaluate because there was so little pass rush. But I will say, and I love the kid, he's a great kid, and he's an Orlando kid, Jordan Castell, the free safety. You got to break on the football. It's easy for me to say sitting in the press box, but you got to make quicker decisions and more instinctive. But he was a high school cornerback, let's not forget. But the instinctiveness is kind of missing there, and he's not breaking on the ball, and the guys are just catching the ball in front of him all day. So it's tough, man. I mean, there was only promising thing with special teams wasn't an abomination, and in fact, it's pretty good.
That's digging hard for positive, but considering how bad they've been the last 2 years, it is worth pointing out. How difficult is it getting for them at home? I think he's only 9-5 in the Swamp. They've got a lot of home games, particularly early in the season. It's great when you're doing well and you're at home, but it can turn quickly. Edgar, how close is the Swamp to getting hostile?
Look, smattering of boos at the end of the half of the first game. After they give up the late score and they're down 24-10? Is that it? 24-10? Yeah. They pull it to 17-10 on the Montrell run, got some juice going, and they just go 75 or whatever yards and score. So on kind of a busted coverage. So it's like, smattering of boos for sure. And I don't know that you're even going to be able to hear the boos this weekend because Stanford, how many people are showing up for that game? The thing that's good about this game is DJ Lagway. That might get fannies in the seats. Plus, it's one of the affordable games on a ticket package this season. It's probably pretty expensive because the games are all high quality otherwise. And maybe got people who just want to see the Gators or take the kids to the Swamp and things like that. So it might not be the worst crowd, but it's certainly not going to be that most energized crowd. And Cam Ward even dissed the Swamp the other day. He's like, wasn't that great? He's like, USC wasn't even full and it was better than this, and Washington and Oregon are better. I can believe Washington and Oregon can give the Swamp a run for its money on many days, not the best days, but those are really good environments. Yeah, look, 9-5, man. You know what Steve Spurrier's record was there? This has been my big stat that I dug up, and one of my guys, in fact, gave me credit on Feinbaum last week for telling him, Jesse Simonton. Spurrier was 68-5 in the Swamp. Billy's 9-5. He already has as many losses as Steve Spurrier in the Swamp in 2 years in one game.
And actually,
so
Edgar, I want to make sure you don't make a mistake because the mistake was mine. He was 9-5 going into the game, so he's now lost more games in the Swamp than.
I think he was 9-4.
Oh, okay. All right, because I got it here.
Maybe I'm wrong.
No,
whatever it is, he's at least tied with Spurrier.
Right.
Maybe I'm incorrect. I can't do it off the top of my head. But yeah, it's look, they've lost the home field advantage that the Swamp used to be. Bottom line, and that's what we're saying. And it's going to be a hard sell, man. They got to look good against Stanford, and then you get A&M in the Swamp. Must-win game week 3. You lose that game, you're 1-2, and you don't know how you can save this thing.
Edgar Thompson covers the Gators for the Orlando Sentinel. Edgar, thanks for making time for us. We appreciate it. Good luck.
Yeah, no, thank you, guys. Hopefully I see you guys soon. I think it's 9-4, my man. I was looking at the media guide. But thank you, guys, as always. Call me anytime.
Thanks,
Appreciate
Edgar.
it. Edgar Thompson, the Orlando Sentinel. Somebody hacked his X account, so we'll wait to see if that gets dealt with. But as he said, this might not be the worst time to be off social media.
Yeah, he wears it on his sleeve. I love Edgar for that. He's
both ways, though.
No. He does a great job covering the team. But he has a little bit of that fan in him that he wants to cover a good team, not a bad team.
Totally. It's like I had to move from Orlando to Gainesville and spending my life here. I want you guys to be good. I don't want to cover a 5-7 team again.
And Napier needs to learn a little bit about people in Central Florida don't have basements.
I know. Is that real? I was wondering.
No, it's real. I listened to it.
Okay, so that was real. That wasn't an AI thing in which he talked about, bloggers in their basements in Central Florida.
Yeah.
Does anybody in Florida have a basement?
Not that I'm aware of.
He's been here 3 years. He should know that, shouldn't he? All right. That'll do it for the main portion of the show, but the Diamond District bonus hour for the 239 and the 904 is next.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floormeisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floormeisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no.
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family. This is Miller and Moulton.
Whoever the guy is in the Athletic that does the rankings 1 through 134 each week, has the Knowles 46 and the Gators 47.
I thought he was going to, because I give got Ryan McGee credit. He's got the bottom 10 every week. Okay. And he hasn't done one yet. But don't you have to have like Florida 133 and Florida State 134 right now?
Yes.
Because he does that too. He puts the big boys in, you know.
He does. This one has Temple ranked 134, David.
Oof, I don't know. They nearly covered against Oklahoma. I mean, that's better than either Florida State or Florida has shown so far this year. Granted, it was a 6-touchdown line, but still. Well, Ambient, Bud Elliott took to X Saturday night and said, I'm going to say it first. DJ Lagway is Texas A&M's quarterback next year.
All set.
Gotta love it when it comes together, right?
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is time for the Diamond District bonus hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X and the 239 and the 904. We just got done talking a little bit of Gators. Woo! Picking up the pieces. Meanwhile, how about the U? How about the Canes performance? Gary Ferman of Canesport. Canesport.com. Follow him on X at Canesport. Gary is kind enough to join us here on Miller and Moulton. Gary, it's David and Mark. Thanks for doing this. Man, tough not to cannonball into the hype deep end after that performance, isn't it?
Yeah, how about those Hurricanes? Yeah, they really shut up for the season, kind of as all of us down here expected them to when you look at the roster additions that they were able to recruit in the offseason. But you want to see validation. You know, when you're bringing that many new players into a program, they have to mesh into an actual team. And you got to give a lot of credit to the Miami coaches. You know, the way they use their personnel, the way they put this team together strategically. It's game on this year at Miami. There's no doubt about it. But they're just scratching the surface. They still have a long way to go. And yesterday we kind of saw an attempt on their part to start reining the celebration in and get back to what has gotten them to this place, and that's hard work.
Well, Cam Ward was sensational. We could probably spend the whole time talking about his play, but to me, it was both sides of the line of scrimmage. We knew they were going to be good there. Everything was expecting them, but Cristobal would have a great line. But they dominated the line of scrimmage, and even better than I think the best Miami fan could have expected. That was what was needed. That if they're going to be successful this year, that's where the success comes, and they were terrific against Florida, weren't they?
Yeah, and that's how they've built this team. The recruiting class 2 years ago was centered on offensive line and showing that up. And then last year they put a lot of emphasis on the defensive line. And so they've built this team from the middle up. And I think it showed, early in the game they lost who's the guy that's supposed to be their best defensive lineman in Reuben Bain. And they've got other guys that I think are equally as good as Reuben now, but they didn't blink at all. I mean, they had a plan. They had the reinforcements there. And like you said, they dominated Florida up front. So it starts with recruiting and evaluation, which obviously they put enormous effort into over an 8-month period. They were able to get these 41 new guys to come in as a half a roster. So this is an entirely new team than what we saw back in December when they were losing the Pinstripe Bowl to Rutgers. And it's easier said than done, guys. Like, Florida State lost a lot of talent after last year, and you're seeing what they're going through, trying to do the same exact thing. They obviously were not as successful at it as Miami, but it is not like this should not be taken for granted. People don't understand the amount of work that went into the way Miami looked on Saturday. It's just enormous, and a lot of personal sacrifices were made along the way in there to make that happen.
Well, and I know the Canes never like to be compared to Florida State, but Gary, does this remind you a little bit of what Norvell pulled off in his third year? He had put a lot of work into 2 years. Now they went 5-7 his second year, not 7-6 like Mario did, but it all crystallized. The recruiting and the portal all crystallized when he got a Jordan Travis at quarterback year 3. They won 10 games. Then we saw what they did last year when the quarterback was healthy. Is that a good comparison, even though I know the Canes never like to be compared to the Noles?
It's a 100% good comparison. The quarterback you saw watching Cam Ward out there, I mean, listen, we've had great quarterbacks at Miami. You know the history. Jim Kelly, Bernie Kosar, Vinny Testaverde, Gino Toretta, Steve Walsh, Craig Harrison. You can go on Ken Dorsey. You can just keep naming them. Miami's had great quarterbacks in the past. We've never seen anything in the way that we saw it on Saturday. I mean, this guy is just a different. He's an alien, So somebody said to me, "This kid's an alien." I said, that's a great way of putting it. Just the way that he goes about his business, the control of the game that he exhibited, his ability to do it in so many different ways, the different arm angles that he can deliver a football, the way he reads defenses. He was in control of that game. I mean, he was playing, college football video games on Saturday. And it was really something to watch. There were times he would walk up to the line of scrimmage and just stand there, looking around like he was on vacation, checking out the defense, figuring out what he wanted to do, and then go do it. It was pretty darn impressive. I expected Cam Ward to do well, but I didn't expect anything like that. This was a kid that came from Washington State. He was basically a 500 quarterback, wasn't surrounded by a great cast or coaches, who went in the portal, and the NFL kind of yawned at him, quite honestly. They probably be a 5th-round draft pick, maybe 6th round. So he makes the decision to come to Miami to change all that. And now you put him with a better supporting cast, a better plan, and you're seeing what he's morphing into. And it just says a lot, I think, for the transfer portal and the way it can benefit kids. This is a guy that's making a lot of money through NIL this year, which is obviously the new system of the world. And he's going to improve his stock to the NFL. Somebody is going to take a shot with a kid like this that has the leadership ability that he has and is just able to manage a football game.
All right, we were just talking about the Gators before we had you on, and Napier's wanting them to stay off of social media, which is impossible. The same thing could be said for the Canes, because if they go on social media, they're going to think they're the best team ever. And now with what's ahead on the schedule, how do you get this team back to work? And what challenges does Mario have? Because the next few games look like they should be cakewalks for the Canes.
Well, that's going to help him a lot, okay? Because they clearly were trying to start reining it back yesterday. I mean, we saw a lot of emoting going on after that game at all levels. I think he was shocked that he was filmed in the locker room. But a player actually filmed him in the locker room, and he's dropping F-bombs left and right, so they couldn't use the video on social media like they would like. The coaches were coming off the field talking about slaying Gators. Others, players and a few staffers were over. I don't understand why Florida would put their recruiting section right next to their visitor locker room where the visitor in and out. But Miami players were, yakking it up with the recruits as they were leaving the field, and a recruiting staffer was filmed going crazy, shooing everybody away. That was all over social media. Obviously the celebrations over there on the sideline for about 10 minutes were all on social media. So this was a made-for-TV production, guys. This was the U Part 4 that evolved in the swamp on Saturday. And I think that, they were making a clear attempt yesterday. I think that they want to start reining it back and just getting back to being, a lunch pail football program that's just working hard to get better. They had their day to let it all loose, and they did. But I think you're going to see Miami now get focused on businesses. All you got to do is turn on the TV. I mean, it hit me as I was watching the USC LSU game on Sunday night. I'm like, okay, there's some other pretty good football teams out there that can do a lot of things. And, if Miami's going to be obviously a contender to win the ACC, if they're going to get to the college football playoff, they're going to have a lot tougher days down the road than what they had Saturday against an overmatched team in Florida that was kind of shocking how non-competitive the Gators were, to be honest. That game could be summed up in a couple plays, really, for them. A long run and where Miami kind of busted its defense and an interception that was just a poor decision by Cam Ward and a missed field goal. Beyond that, Miami played almost a perfect game on Saturday and really could have named its score in that game. And that had to be quite a shock to the Gators, who now clearly have a long road ahead of them still in year 3 of Billy Napier. And the theme of their season is going to be, can Napier survive this?
Quickly, Gary, the Canes secondary was probably the biggest question mark coming into the game. Can we draw any conclusion, or the fact that Miami overwhelmed the Gators offensive line and Mertz isn't much of a downfield passer? Do we kind of still have to, is the jury still out on the Canes secondary?
Well, it's always going to be, because that's the perceived weak spot of the team. But I'll tell you, we saw what we saw Saturday. We kind of saw it evolving that way through spring and especially fall camp. Those guys have a different coach now. They're clearly being coached very, very well. They know what they're doing. We're not seeing a lot of busts all over the place. We saw one bust the whole day on a running play. And they played pretty darn well on Saturday, to the point where they don't deserve anymore to be called a weakness. They will be, because people have perceptions going into a season that are hard to change. But they're pretty solid on defense too. This is not a one-sided football team, and I know they were very proud of the way their defensive backs played on Saturday. I would not attribute it to Graham Mertz not being able to throw the football. He had pretty good stats last season. He's a 70% completion passer, very accurate kid. They've got a couple skill players that they can get the ball to. But Miami was just really good, and they're really good up front. And they put pressure on the quarterback consistently. and it's tough. It makes it really, really hard. I mean, I certainly wouldn't pin it all on Mertz. Miami just played pretty excellent.
Gary Ferman covers the Canes for Canesport.com. Canesport.com. Follow Gary on X at Canesport. Gary, thanks for your time and your insight. We appreciate it. Be well. Hopefully we can talk again down the road.
Oh, anytime, guys. Appreciate you.
Gary Ferman, kind enough to join us once again here on Miller and Moulton. So there's both sides of that coin.
That last 40 minutes, the tail of the tape right there, man.
Whoo-wee.
One guy upbeat. Everything was great. The other guy wants to hide.
Sounded like I got to cover this bonfire for the next 3 months. I guess I got to start working on my coaching search material. I was hoping to lay off that.
Yeah, Cam Ward just trashing the swamp.
Yes.
Something. Washington's a tougher place to play. Miller and Moulton, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Today was the day when What's on Tap. All still ahead. Thanks for listening.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks lie peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floormeisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floormeisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Oh, look at Logic Man checking in now.
You're doing better than my team, Logic Man. I don't have a roster. I don't have a coach. I don't have anything. Right now, the only thing I might be getting is a refund. I want my daughter to play, but doesn't look they have a team for.
Huh. Can she go back to her old team?
No, that's travel. That's not going to happen. I've already got travel gymnastics going on. We don't need to add travel soccer to travel gymnastics. I am really starting to look forward to gymnastics meets that I'm going to have to sit through.
Well,
just hope YouTube TV works very well in these places I'm going to be at.
Going to say, basically, you just need to know what event she's competing in, and you could just be there, and she'll see you when she gets done and waves and what have you, and then you can go back to the concourse.
Yeah.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap today was the day one. Some final thoughts. I don't know if there's a pick or two to make, but if so, we'll make them coming up on Miller and Moulton. Hey, if I can go back to Friday, do you know our poll question vote was 50-50? We just simply asked Canes at Gators who you got. It was 50-50. Exactly. And for us, we got decent response. Now, the day before, we asked which Power 4 school in the state was going to have the most wins this season. Miami did win that. They got 51% of that vote. The other three Power 4 schools, sorry, South Florida, they, added up to 49%. But the Gators Canes vote was identical.
Well, 50% of the people were dead wrong.
Yes, we were. And I'm including myself with that because I thought there'd be a little swamp magic. I thought they'd do just what they did 2 years ago when they had no right beating Utah week 1, and they managed to pull it out.
But I was stunned that it wasn't close. I thought it was going to be I was scared laying the points. I thought this might be a 1-point game. So I certainly wasn't predicting a Miami blowout.
They whooped them.
Everywhere.
They whooped them so bad, you're thinking now if they play 10 times, Miami going to win 10 times. That one team is not in the area code of the other. Oh, boy. Billy just has to win because nobody believes in him right now. Nobody.
I don't know if his players do. The fan base certainly doesn't.
But even those that have, because I had been all offseason saying, I'm going to double down on Napier.
Right.
I can't afford to fire him after this year. And I will say, I am blaming the AD to a large degree. And not just for the hire, but I'm blaming him because this schedule's absurd. You don't schedule like this when someone's building a program. You don't. You don't have remember, the SEC only plays 8 conference games. I mean, this is the perfect power conference to be in to schedule wins for your coach and your program. And 3 of his 4 non-conference games are Miami, Florida State, and UCF. That's ridiculous. It's too soon. Start it next year or year 5. Get it established. But there were, USC was looking to get out of the LSU game. How'd that work out?
But now, in a couple of weeks, when they play A&M, it's, as Edgar Thompson said earlier in the show, it's a must-win for the Gators. It really is.
Well, but also, let's be honest. Even if they beat A&M, all right, Gator fans right now are going to be worried when they then host UCF. I mean, they really are. They're going to be worried when they go to Mississippi State. Even if they beat A&M, Gator fans are going to be like, yeah, okay, that was
It
nice.
all depends on who's playing quarterback at that time. Because I think you have to turn the keys over to Lagway. I do. And you got to build on the hope of we've got a quarterback that can get things done, because Mertz is just what he is.
Oh, boy. So you mean to tell me if you're Napier, if Lagway goes out against Sanford, although I will say in Dan Mullen's final year, they did put up over 50 points against the Gators. That was part of the determination of, yeah, this ain't working. We just gave up 52 at home to Sanford. But you're saying if Lagway looks good against Sanford, you're going to go with Lagway against A&M?
I'm going to have him as part of the plan. That's the future. It's not Mertz.
We all know that. But we also know you got to get to the future, and that means winning games. The thing that really concerns me about Florida, all right, they got whooped at the line of scrimmage. On paper, they're not as good as Miami at the line of scrimmage. This is one of the few times that on paper has turned out to be true. But we thought they'd be a little more competitive at the line of scrimmage than they were. Unable to make one big play in the whole game. I mean, Miami's defense and the back end was vulnerable, was inexperienced. Okay, and their breakdown was on a running play. I mean, come on. They did 91 yards passing for Mertz through 3 quarters. 91 yards. Are you flipping kidding me?
Hey, and look, David, we talked about the line of scrimmage, but Florida's offensive line was supposed to be better than that. There were concerns on the defensive line. We pointed it out all damn week.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's one thing. But their offensive line was supposed to be able to protect the quarterback much better than what they did. That's a concern.
Yep.
And you got a quarterback there that can't move around, and he just got pummeled.
Best win of the weekend, Miami?
Oh, yeah.
Better than USC?
USC's is right there, but I think Miami, the way they did it on the road, no, it's Miami.
Okay. Notre Dame third? Just because also what it means for Notre Dame. I mean, that was the speed bump really to November on their schedule.
Looks like it could be that way for the Canes. There are not a lot of roadblocks on that schedule either.
Well, we thought if they won, they'll be favored to be 7-0 hosting the Noles. By the way, there's a poll question for you. Which quarterback gets benched first? Mertz or Ukulele there? And I know it's not pronounced that way, but I'm sorry. When you play that badly, Mark, you're right. I could have hit that receiver for a touchdown. You could have hit that receiver for a touchdown. As we like to say, the 4 drunks at the end of the bar, 3 of the 4 complete that pass for a touchdown.
And he sailed that thing 5-8 yards out of the end zone.
Oh, my goodness. I'd go, the backup there who was, part of the rotation last year. I throw him in.
They were chanting for him.
Yeah. Got a bye week this week. I mean, give him 2 weeks of practice. Get ready for Memphis. By the way, this was the soft spot of their early season schedule. Was Georgia Tech and BC.
Right. Then it's Memphis, Cal, SMU, and Clemson.
Correct. Mm-hmm.
You got to figure out a way to get to 6 at the rate things are going right now. I mean, that's how badly this has turned quickly on the Noles.
Tell you what, though. We've been talking for months about what if Caleb Williams could be the real deal? What if Miami is the real deal? And not the Mark Richt 2017, hey, that was fun, that was cute, the turnover chain and what have you. But no. I mean, looking, acting, talking, strutting, winning. What if that Miami is about to unfold?
The schedule is there for it to get to Halloween and look like it.
Highest rated 3:30 game on ABC ESPN in a week 1 in a long time. Tell you, Canes moved. The Canes have a semblance of a pulse. They move the needle nationally. Because you got people like Miller and Moulton in their 50s going, ooh, Miami's Miami. We remember. Miller and Moulton. Good, bad, and ugly's next. David Moulton of Miller and Moulton just wanting to let everyone know our show has changed in that we now own 100% of it. And that means not only do we produce all the content, but we also now have to sell it.
So, no better time to tell all the car dealers, lawyers, jewelers, construction companies, bank managers, insurance agents, or bar restaurant owners that Miller and Moulton is the second highest rated show for men 25-54 and men 35-64 in Lee, Collier, and Charlotte counties, while being the morning show that men listen to the longest.
So you probably should be advertising on Miller and Moulton. And if you'd like to, contact us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or hit up Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton.
No one can give you the pricing or service on Miller and Moulton like Miller and Moulton. To advertise, text 21,000 now.
Or you can hit us up on X. Mark is at that Mark Miller and I'm at the David
Do you have a
Moulton.
sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA-certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family. This is Miller and Moulton.
By the way, somebody earlier in the chat room there asked about Boise State. The most concern, I mean, they won at Georgia Southern, which is never an easy game, but they returned all 11 starters defensively and gave up, 500 yards and 45 points. That's a woof. That we need to see if that's just a bad day at the office or damn. give up 45 points and that many yards to Georgia Southern. Here comes Oregon. Look at Logic Man. Please allow me to introduce myself. Oh, man. Ooh. The knee replacement didn't take or didn't work, and she's having to have a manipulation on Thursday. And with her other physical ailments, that's a real risky procedure. So thanks for asking. But as for the stuff last week, she's okay from that. Thanks. They did find a few things wrong with her, though, which was good because we didn't have enough wrong with her. You know how it is in life. Sometimes you just got to keep your sense of humor. She was having a rough couple of minutes yesterday, and I looked right at her and I go, honey, I did say this. I swear to God, I said this to her. I said, honey, I know things are rough, but don't feel bad. You could be the Florida Gators. She said, is that supposed to make me feel better? And I go, no, it's actually a joke at your expense, but it was too good of a line to pass up.
Got that right.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
On this Tuesday after Labor Day, hell of a show. If you missed it and you're just joining us, David Samson, Pat Kirwan, Edgar Thompson, who covers the Gators, Gary Ferman, who covers the Canes. We'll get somebody on tomorrow who covers the Knowles.
If they answer our calls.
Tallahassee, hello. Whoo. But no, a hell of a show lined up for you tomorrow. Got our guys from Pro Football Network, Seth Everett, Bud Elliott, Chris Perkins to talk Dolphins. I don't know when we'll jam in a Knowles guest, to be honest. But we'll try. Although they got a bye week this week, we could maybe just Give him a couple
We could let that
days.
breathe for a little while.
Right, because it's not like the issue is going to be any different next week.
No, they're still going to be 0-2.
Getting ready for Memphis. Yeah. Memphis going, hey, you left us, Mike. How's that working out for you? He's going to be like, oh, I'm making about $10 million a year. It's actually working pretty well. But anyway, good show today. If you're just joining us, go to millerandmoulton.com in about an hour or so and download what you missed. And we got a good show lined up for you tomorrow.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
We start in 1777. The first time the flag of the United States was flown in battle. It was in Delaware during a skirmish during the Revolutionary War.
A skirmish?
A skirmish.
It was a skirmish?
Yes. Not a Donnybrook, but a skirmish.
We unveiled the flag during a skirmish?
Well, it's the first time we flew it in battle. It was described as a skirmish.
Well, don't you think a skirmish is different than battle? I mean, isn't skirmish something that like breaks out on the sidelines, some players into the crowd? Isn't that a skirmish?
I just read it, David.
I know.
They called it a skirmish. I wasn't there. I'm guessing you were.
It looked more like a battle or a fight to me, but okay.
1833, the New York Sun begins publishing. It was the first daily newspaper. 1928, Ty Cobb records his 4,189 hit, his final career hit as a pinch hitter for the Philadelphia A's in a loss to the Washington Senators. Skip all the way to 72. Mark Spitz wins the 100 gold medal at world record time at the Munich Games, completing the freestyle double sprint, having already won the 200 in world record time. Oscar Robertson retired today in 1974. Chris Evert would win her final U.S. Open match today, beating a 15-year-old, Monica Seles, in straight sets in a fourth-round match, her 101st and last U.S. Open singles victory.
She lost in the quarters, I believe, to Zina Garrison. If she had won, she would have faced Martina in the semis. And that's what everybody was hoping for, that her career would end against Martina, or they'd at least play one more time. But the thought was Martina would win. But that, considering, their history and what have you, how great would it have been if it ended against Martina? Zina Garrison said, sorry.
Two things of note happened in 1994 today. Terry Dean set an NCAA record with 7 touchdown passes in the first half as the Gators rout New Mexico State. Not to be outdone, the Canes would beat Georgia Southern 56-spit, breaking an NCAA record with its 58th consecutive home win. Today in 1999, Mario Lemieux takes over ownership of the Pittsburgh Penguins, the first player in the modern era to buy the team he once played for.
Saved the franchise.
I know the guy that he bought it from. And I don't know if that guy is still alive, but I'd met him at a golf tournament, and I remember asking him, did you want to sell it? He goes, you want to sell it? Do you know how much money I owed him?
By the time he bought it from me, all right, he paid me about $50.
Serena played her final match at the U.S. Open today in 2022, losing a third-round match. Whitey Bulger would have celebrated a birthday today, the Boston mobster. Charlie Sheen is 59. Benny Blades is 58. Javon Curse is 48. And skateboarder Shaun White's 38. What'd I miss, David?
Nothing really worth mentioning, to be honest with you.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
I don't know if this is really a good, but it's a fun little story. We go to New Hampshire, where Jeffree Star was watching a bear, and he said the bear approached a car whose window had been taped shut. Well, the taped window was no match for the bear, who jumped into the car and came out with a bag of potato chips that the bear would then share with her cubs. All that in a bag of chips. For the bad, we go to L.A., where about 3 in the morning on the 5 freeway, a semi-truck crashed and covered the roadway in boxes of French fries. It was at 3:20 in the morning. 2 lanes of traffic were reopened at 11:15. So 8 hours of cleaning up the spuds on the freeway.
Ouch.
Finally, the ugly. We go to Ohio, where the Ohio Division of Cannabis Control has fined 5 businesses for violating the state's advertising rules for marijuana sellers. The largest fine was issued to a group that was advertising free ice cream on social media and giving out free food and beverages from an ice cream truck right next to the dispensary. Apparently, that breaks the rules. Do you know what would have happened to me if they would have had free ice cream next to the dispensary?
Why does that break the rules?
Apparently, you can't be giving away free food at the dispensary.
Why not?
You're already giving them the munchies. Give them the ice cream.
I mean, as long as, for that matter, why can't they give away the free stuff at the dispensary? It's their dispensary. Can't they do whatever they want?
No, David. Doesn't work that way. We have to have rules. And those rules mean no free ice cream to the stoners. And that is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, September the 3rd, 2024.
Do you think the Cape Coral police would enforce that? Because we're about to get dispensaries, that Amendment 3 apparently is going to pass. And so, you think they'll be enforcing that? Okay.
Well, the good, the bad, and the ugly is brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department. Go to capecops.com, a $10,000 signing bonus. If Miller and Moulton were young enough, we'd be signing up because we need the 10 grand.
Darn right.
Go to capecops.com to apply.
I mean, think about it. If the sergeant's yelling at us, trying to train us, we'd look at the sergeant and go, do you know the emails and the text we used to receive from sports fans? You really think what you're saying to us is going to rattle us right now? Okay. Let me tell you what Bob and Benita had to say one day. Okay, Sarge?
Yeah, we wouldn't do well in that environment. Not at all. We do not work well with authority.
No, never have. Never mind authority with a badge and a gun.
Exactly.
Golly. We'd be looking at one another at one point going, so was it worth it? All right. Yeah. Having fun,
I think we're more on the what's the number of that truck driving school type of guys.
Yeah, I think you're right. So, everybody's playing today.
Boston and your Mets, one of the big ones.
Actually, there's 4 teams not playing today. There's only 13 games today. I was surprised. Red Sox Mets is getting the TBS treatment on a Tuesday. Can the White Sox lose 12 in a row? The Orioles are
yes.
The Orioles are minus 315. Golly.
And they're throwing a guy that's got a record of 1-7, David.
And they're minus 315. Marlins are home for the Nats. And did you see the nice little moment over the weekend? The Nats player, Dusty Baker's kid, got called up by the Nats. First pitch he saw in the majors, he singled up the middle. Dusty was trying to play it cool. Okay, his wife's next to him videotaping the whole thing. She turns around. She's got a big – Dusty's trying to be cool. And finally she's like, you could, come on now. I know you had 2,000 of those suckers, but that's his first. All right? I gave birth to him. I like him more than you. Rays are home for the Twins. Twins 3.5 back of the Guardians. Guardians, I guess, in Kansas City, the Royals have lost 6 in a row. The Brewers, we're talking magic numbers with the Brewers. I mean, they got a 10-game lead with 24 to play. I mean, their magic number is 15 to win the Central. And that's really about it. I mean, Dodgers, Angels for the whole freeway thing. But so 4 games in the WNBA, but Caitlin and the FIVA don't play till tomorrow. If we want to play a game, here's my recommendation. And remember, we haven't missed on a WNBA game since like before July 4th. So the Seattle's in Connecticut. They played on Sunday in Connecticut. Connecticut won by 7. Connecticut's like the second best team in the league. Seattle's like, I don't know, 5th best team in the league. Connecticut's only laying 4.5. Well, they just beat them by 7. They're at home. They're the better team. I mean, do we think Seattle's going to do better the second time around?
Well, they might.
They might, but I'm tempted to lay the 4.5 with the Sun against the Storm. Just saying.
You are on a WNBA heater.
I am.
It has to be recognized on this show that for as badly as your first week of college football has gone, the WNBA has been making us money all summer long.
So that's all. If I were to make a play tonight, all right, you're the one that has to officially, make the play happen.
Well, see, this is where I'm worried about you, David, because you're trying to force it now.
Okay.
I feel as if you're trying to force a WNBA bet because you need a win so badly. And that's when you get yourself, you're chasing right now. And you're chasing. Anything for a W.
Well, there's no doubt anything for a W, which is why I headed to the WNBA.
I'd be more apt to go the Royals tonight because you're getting plus odds on the Royals against the Guardians. Are they really going to lose 7 in a row?
Ooh, look at you playing the percentages. Okay.
Maybe we'll bet a 2-team parlay and really waste some money.
I don't think we've ever done an MLB WNBA parlay before. That's got a lot of Trent Bally written in us right here.
It really does.
Man, I didn't think we had this in us.
Oh, we do. We can go in a lot of directions with this gambling thing.
We'll say it again. Lee Sterling, 4-1 on our show. Got his game of the week right because he had Notre Dame +3. He got his 40-unit play right for his clients because it was Nebraska. And by the way, Lee gives us these picks before the games kick off. So there's no BS involved here. We know his picks. We just don't release them to the public because, guys earning a living and all. But apparently for his clients, he went 8-1.
Well,
so he may be retiring. I'm retiring because I went 0-5. Lee may be retiring because, this will be the best week of the year.
We did get a text that just said, David, 1-800-ADMIT-IT.
Yep. How about 1-800-YOU-SUCK? All right, that also works.
It does.
7 digits.
It does.
1-800-YOU-SUCK.
I wonder if that's available for a phone number for us.
We've been trying to do this 877 Florida thing and what. You know what? Maybe that's what we should do.
1-800-YOU-SUCK.
You suck. And by you, we mean we. It'd be pretty catchy. Everybody know the number.
Got that right.
Tough to misspell that sucker. But
solid show today, as we talked about Pat Kirwan, Edgar Thompson. Talked a little Canes with Gary Ferman. And David Samson joined the show as well. You miss any of the show, go to all the usual places, including millerandmoulton.com to download what you missed. Tomorrow on the show, great show lined up as well. Seth Everett, Bud Elliott, Chris Perkins, and the folks from Pro Football Network will stop by and join us. Have a great rest of your Tuesday, and thanks for listening to Miller and Moulton. Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When you enter the Diamond District, you will quickly discover what makes Jason and Todd so unique to Southwest Florida. Within the walls of the Diamond District, you'll find many of America's top jewelry designers who have chosen the Diamond District as their authorized representative in Southwest Florida. Takori, Fana, A. Jaffe, Veragio, Christopher Designs, Shy Creations, Henri Dossi, all names synonymous with excellence, and all proudly showcased at the Diamond District.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.